Yo, another day, more Redlock. And last night, I went home and I was checking out our issue with the timer by function. Apparently, the callbacks internally for timers are, and also timelines, are quite inconsistent, especially at lower times. So, unfortunately, what we were doing is trying to run it every, 60 FPS. So, 0.0166 or whatever repeating per second. And I switched it over to delta seconds from event tick. Much smoother. So I don't know what it is. I don't know why it is. Lesson learned, I guess. Timer by function name, I guess, is okay with higher values, but if you try to run it at such low values, even if you enable maximum once per frame, this is kind of what you run into. So, I don't know. I can show you what it looks like now. There's a little bit of jumpiness. I think that's because of internal debugging stuff. If there's ever any, big game thread inconsistency, there's, just this very quick jitter. You can see, right there, just did it. There, too. But it's so small that it's kind of imperceptible, and, I mean, even if it is perceptible, it really doesn't bother anything. So, should be better. Should be better. We still need to clean up the blueprint and update the rest of the moving platforms that are intended to have multiple like that. But overall, it is much, much better. So we'll keep going with that today. And hopefully finish up with it, because after work today, we have a call as a team where we are going to go over the production plan. Okay, so this shouldn't be needed anymore. That shouldn't be needed. We do still want to run the platform spawn timer. Oh. I wondered why something started downloading. It's yesterday's VOD. I didn't download it and upload it yet, so I'm doing that today while we're streaming. Hopefully it shouldn't cause any issues. We'll see about that. Yeah, we'll just, we'll just let this thing tick. Doesn't matter. There's no time where we wouldn't have something spawned and moving anyway, so easy enough. And we already check if there is something stuck in there. Delta seconds, you can see I'm doing that with the meters per second current time. Just need to clean this up a little bit. Fix rotation stuff. Although I think that's mostly okay. We'll see. Honestly, why am I dragging between that? Now that I think about it, I can just call new actor time here. I don't know why my rotation modes are so weird. But we're going to try to fix that for this spline actor and for the other one. Although I could swear that that one was not causing an issue, but maybe I was mistaken on that. Okay, is there anything I need to touch here? Follow spline directly. We know that for the rotation modes, I don't think we're spawning the actor actually facing world up. We're just getting the actor's rotation, which is not the world up vector. Did I put that in documentation or did I literally just screw up? Let's see. Rotation. World up vector means that the platform always faces up no matter what. Yeah, but that is not using the... That is not using the up vector. Yeah, that's the constant. Okay. Well, 0 will just get the... Hold on. I can do a vector to rotator, right? Using a unit vector. Rotation vector. Or is it make rot from... Fuck. I think it's make rot from X.
Daddy.
I think is what we want. Who could that be? Who could have entered my chat today? You absolute mong. Same as spline actor, follow spline directly. Your dad? Nuh-uh. I know it's not my dad. My dad is working so hard he falls asleep at like 7 p.m. on the couch. Probably with a hand down his pants to keep it warm. You know, typical dad behavior, right? Why do I have both the child actor? I don't fucking know. Don't know. It is lazy boy, yeah. Give me another beer, bitch. He doesn't do that. I don't have a dad like that. You could be one. Hey, I wouldn't mind being a dad if I actually had like the money to support a child. And the space for one. We only have the one bedroom. So like, where's our kid gonna stay? Get down in the living room, kid. And sleep in the kitchen. What's up, Bean? Yeah, you guys weren't here, but yesterday I found the issue regarding the timer by function, which is, and you'll be so surprised to hear this, the callback for timers in Unreal are inconsistent. And so if you have them at super low values, like trying to run them on like, 60 FPS or something, inconsistent. What are you gonna do? So I moved it over to delta seconds. Probably how it should have been in the first place. Write my own. Well, at the point, I mean, that's not incorrect. That's not a bad idea. But at the point where I could write my own time step or function timer, I might as well just be using delta seconds anyway. At least in my opinion. Trying to function by timer or event by timer, which is looping, then it'd be pretty accurate. It is apparently not accurate. I did function by timer. Those are not accurate according to everything that I read from other Unreal developers. It's not that they're bad or that they are inherently inaccurate, but when they are set to such a fast interval, which ours was trying to do 60 per second, then that becomes that doesn't work. That's where it's problematic. Oh yeah, that's just duplicated. It's weird. Okay. It misses a lot of frames. It misses a lot of frames, and if you set it to run only once per frame, it still misses frames. So you just shouldn't use it if you're trying to do that many. I don't know at what point it starts to become super inaccurate. You know, I have another one that runs at... I have one that runs every, 5 times every second, and that appears to be working just fine. There's some point in between the 5 per second and 60 per second where it starts to lose ticks. Which is not good when you're trying to do consistent time steps. I'll just separate these. Just trying to clean it up a little bit. Prepared for comments. And there's also a couple things we can do to fix splines too and make them a bit more accurate with distance grabbing. Which I can show over here. There is this reparam steps per segment, and this is what you want. If you're grabbing distance along spline and querying that, or setting location based on distance, more param steps per segment is what you want, because it stores an internal array of those distance markers between segments, between the spline points. And then in addition to that, having closer spline points will assist with that too. So I was thinking today we could write a editor runnable function to take a spline that we make and set consistent spline points from start to finish for it. So I could just build that out how I want, press a button, and it redoes the spline points for equal distances. Which we should have enough time to do today. I do not have to leave early today, so. Child mesh component. It's those weird little Unreal quirks that I kind of hate learning, but I also enjoy. I don't like that they exist, but I do like learning that they exist. Typical for async stuff, it's multiple threads working on the same data. Secondary thread is updating, your main can't check it, should run it. Use check and main thread as you said, using delta time to get accurate trigger. See, I didn't know that the timers were async. Nothing about them says that they're async, especially when, you know, you can set a timer by function in a function, which if it was, well, that would be a latent action, not async action, to be fair. Although there's kind of, I don't know. It sets up the timer, which isn't async, but then the timer maybe runs async, which would be nice. It would be nice to run async, but if it's going to be inconsistent like that, then I can't rely on it for smoothed movement. Is it multi-threaded? Because I would think that it all runs in the game thread. I mean, it would be more stable in the shipping build anyway, right? It's always the tough part about debugging in editor with blueprints, because blueprints inherently run slower in editor than they would run in the shipping build. So maybe it wouldn't be as much of an issue, but I know that the delta works, so I'll just work with the delta. Gotta check up. I mean, we could both be wrong. Who knows? Whatever you learn, let me know. At least now I know. Now I know that the timer at such a low interval is just not reliable. How you doing, Gwendolyn? Good morning. I got some new coffee yesterday. Some Colombian coffee. It's quite nice. Got a little bit of acidity. A bit floral. Really nice. I get the beans. I have a hand grinder. A Chestnut C3S Pro. This bad boy here. Aluminium body. And then I have an AeroPress for making the coffee. Is it fancy? I didn't want something that would make like a lot of noise or be kind of annoying to clean up, so I went with this, and honestly I can say that I'm happy. This is really nice. I don't even have to clean it with any, you know, like water or soap or anything. It's just they give you a little brush with it. And then the AeroPress is really fucking easy too. Takes like 2 minutes. You just press down in this slowly until it's fill it up, and then it's really easy to. Using a V60. I've had V60. I've heard that that's really, really good for it's like pour over, right? Is the V60 filter? That's for pour over. Probably very similar in taste to what you would get from like from an AeroPress, as opposed to like an espresso or something, right? Which is I like pour over. Pour over's nice. You get that full body of the beans, but nothing too. You can still taste like the little details of the beans. I'm bad with words at 9 a.m. I only started drinking recently, though. Like within the last month. Okay, we'll probably separate those a bit more once we get comments on here, but everything looks okay. assuming that the world up vector is correct here. I think it is. I'm pretty sure vector up, make rod from X. I think. You know, these make rod from X, this always confuses me, these nodes. Because I think of it in terms of like X, Y, Z, but I wouldn't want to make a rotator just from one. It's completely breaks my brain, these make rod ones. Your sister went to Tanzania and brought home coffee. Wow. That's really cool. When I was younger, I had a pen pal from Tanzania. And it was really cool to receive letters from her. But there was always that part of me that felt, I don't know, let's put it this way. This girl was extremely sweet in all of the letters she wrote to me. But it felt weird as an American to be writing letters talking about my day and what I did every day to some girl from Tanzania that probably didn't have the same quality of living. You know? I don't know how to put it. I really hope she's doing okay because, you know, eventually we kind of like lost touch. Maybe my mom still has letters though. It'd be interesting to see if I could like track her down and write some more letters. Update platform. Thought you're a Polish? Are you an American moved to I'm an American moved to Poland. I moved here about 8 years ago. And now I'm in Polska Górą. Oh shit, dude, I want to play Witcher 3 again. I only played it the once. Why'd I move to Poland? Wife, other reasons. Wife and like work. I was like, I could not move and maybe regret never being with this lady. Or I could just move and worst case I go broke, it goes horribly and I move back to the US and I cry myself to sleep every night. Now, I still cry myself to sleep every night, but I do it with my wife. I don't cry myself to sleep. Just for anyone who's wondering, like, does he really do that? Yeah, her and I met when we were in high school still. We met online and we're just like chatting about random shit, you know? Fast forward many, many years and now we're married. Okay, that looks pretty good. Do we need to delete any... I don't think I use... Yeah, we use platform limit. I don't use that. Time between spawns, spawn platform timer. We shouldn't need to implement this or get climbable status. I think that's generally all cleaned up. There was one issue I noticed when I was testing last night, which was if we set this to like 3, and let's set this to 3. they'll spawn in like really quick succession, right? And that's fine. That's working as intended. What I notice is that when we kill the leader, and it should start spawning them again, I think there's a delay. There's an issue with timing where it thinks that there's still one being spawned, and it's only going to spawn 2. But it's a timing issue. I know it's a timing issue. I would just need to reconfigure all of that. One, 2. Okay, that time is spawn 3. 4. 5. 6. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oops. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right. It's game dev. Yeah, it's game dev that makes me want to cry to sleep. Ugh. How does that work? Can you get a European passport? No, I would have to be here for... I guess Poland. I would have to be here for like 15 years. I think. I'd have to become a Polish citizen to then get it. I think that Polish, you can get Polish multi-dual citizenship. Can you? Wait. Can I get dual citizenship with Poland? Do both countries allow it? I know that the US would. US fully allows it, also permits, does not force you to renounce your US citizenship if we can take this at face value. Poland follows a principle of exclusivity in practice. When you're in Poland or dealing with Polish authorities, you're treated solely as a Polish citizen. I mean, that's fine. Teflon Don. That's a great name. As far as I know, Poland and US have pretty strong ties because they are both conservative governments right now. We hate them commies. So why was the spawn fucking up? We were always running the spawn. We should stop the timer if platform time map length is not equal to platform limit. Well, it would have gotten over, so we need it. You know what, let's just simplify this a little bit. Let's say if platform time map is less than platform limit, continue, otherwise clear and invalidate. That should be what I said. Best friend is Polish and moved to Germany. They said they have to decide for one, German or Polish. Oh shit. Yeah, maybe Germany doesn't allow it? Wouldn't be the first time Germans did weird things to Polish people. It's old history now. We like the Germans now. Uh-huh, see, there, it only spawned the 2. That's weird, though. It should always force the 3rd one to spawn. We only clear and invalidate, so I think there's a timing issue with the spawning of the 2nd one, where it briefly thinks, yeah, but we clear the map before we decide if we're going to clear the timer or not. We'll debug it. We're in no rush today. See if it happens again. Okay. That would be why. Yeah, it says I thought it's a timing issue where it spawned this one, or it... Yeah, because it would have cleared this one, but it spawned this one, and then... Oh, no, that's right. We don't clear the... Let's spawn the leader. I have a different idea. Oh my god. Whenever we set a new leader, we'll just keep track of that. And do we want to decrement? Probably before. In which case we can just simplify it like this. If it's less than or equal to 0, clear. I prefer it up there anyway. I like when my falses just go to return directly. And hopefully that won't trigger another one. That should be okay. Now that should immediately set it to spawn. So I don't think that that will break anything. I don't think we need to initialize that number. Because we reset it every time we respawn the leader. And now we don't really care about how many are actually spawned at once, since we assume the integer will just take care of it. And it'll reset when this gets destroyed, spawn the new leader. That's better. Is this cinema? You have low standards if this is cinema to you. You know what? I'll take it. You can stick around. I like you, Gwendolyn. It can only go up from here. It is nice. It's a good feature. Let's double check if... Oh, I don't know why that's exposed. You know what it is? It is the small victories. I think people will look at a game... People will look at games like this too and say that they're very simple. And I think that it is easy to look at a game like this and say that it is very simple. Because the concept is not that big of a leap. But I'll tell you, every year that I work on games, and it's been over a decade that I've been working on games, you come to appreciate how much technology is behind even the barest games that are decently functional. Even when a settings menu works the way that it should, mind blown. Especially settings menus, because those are horrible to make. I plan to make like a settings menu with our common UI plugin that we're using here, our custom common UI solver, and I'm just going to... We're never going to touch it again. I'd never want to make another settings menu. Scalability bullshit and... Ugh. It is surprisingly difficult. Do we need to do anything for this? We do need to check if the vectors are correct for rotation. Let's just see that. World up vector. Okay, let me do that. That is not the world up vector. It's also very interesting. It's spawning two platforms. Why? Oops. What's up, Invasion? Working on that myself, and I was going to shoot myself with the resolution settings. I think anybody who's worked on a settings menu understands exactly the trauma that you're going through. Why is that spawning too? In what world is that correct here? Oh, it's because we spawned the initial one, but then set the timer. And it would have had to spawn... you know what I think we can do is just ignore this. Because this won't break when there's more than one platform that needs to be spawned. But if there is only one platform that needs to be spawned... Oh, but the issue was that there was time between spawns. Okay. I know what I can do here. Because I know why we needed to set that up that way. This is kind of a weird place to be doing this. But you know who reviews the code? Me. And you know what I'm never going to do? be upset at my own coding. It's not true, it happens all the time. Rip that piece of shit. Why is that occurring? Oh, you know what? We don't need to set the timer if the platform limit is 1. That would be a much better way to solve it. Fuck, you know what? Fuck this. That's really the only way that this is going to cause a problem. So just, who cares? I'll put it back here because it's just a little bit safer. Now that I'm handling platform limit of 1, what happens if we have a platform limit of 0? We'll just error out if that's the case. We won't spawn anything. Why when I type in PRI, why the hell would I ever want to prime sound? Huh? In what world? Don't allow zeros in input? I could do that. Here, we'll set it to kilometers. You must spawn kilometers of platforms. Kelvin. Ooh, Kelvin of platforms. I'm pretty sure you can still override these values though. Define platform. Can you add in custom units? You've got to be able to add custom units, right? You would 100% have to be able to. I can add some stuff here. It is tempting. It's the most stupid waste of time that I could do, but it would be funny to do. It would be really funny. So that goes into, they have full string processing stuff too for adding use to things like 1 second or 20 kilometer. I think you're right about that. There's a lot of really good utility nodes and functions in Unreal that I just totally forget that exist. Like the default math and utility libraries in Unreal 5 are insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, it is a lot to remember. It really is. What am I doing? Okay, not equal to 1. We do want to set the timer. We want to spawn the first platform anyway. Let me get a little extra space here. That'll work. Hopefully. I forgot I had this here too. Good shit. Let's fix that up vector though. Because that's bugging me. Is this setting the relative? It's setting the world rotation. But we are attaching and keeping relative. What's up, Smile Big? How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good today. How are you doing? There was dancing and Irish things yesterday. Oh yeah? Ape World. Maybe instead of doing the break here, we do a select off of here. Because the relative worked really well. Let's try this way. Same as spline actor. That is handled elsewhere, so we should be able to keep that relative. And then we can skip this entirely. Because we already spawned it in at... Never mind. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, up vector's fine. Follow directly looks good. And follow spline directly should override that spawn. Or I'm sorry, same as spline actor. Yeah. We pretty much never use this one. But that just follows based on what the actual first tangent or first point is. Not tangent. I keep saying that, but that's not the tangent. So I keep saying that. That's fine. We should be good. I can propagate those changes back to the other moving platform. Though this seemed to be working just fine. This really did. World up vector. Same as spline actor. In this case is the same. It's fine to me. Okay, I don't know if there's anything else to really fix then. Let's boost this back up to what it was, which was 10 and 15, and this was... basically just keep spawning platforms every 15 seconds. The limit's too high for it to reach it anyway, so it should pretty much just keep spawning them in a consistent manner. We'll just see if anything weird happens. Especially when the leader is killed. I think that when the leader would be killed, we might accidentally spawn a fresh one in a little bit too soon. Maybe not. Okay, I'm keeping track. One should hit here when underneath the bridge. Plop. Consistency is key here. Consistency is key for a speedrunning game. Looks good. I think that was the new leader that's about to be destroyed. We'll just make sure. It's either that one or it would be the next one. good. It's good to me. That looks good to me. The only weighting you really have to do is the initial weighting for the spline to like actually populate. But in most cases, I don't believe that is ever going to be a problem. You'd have to wait for the first one anyway, so it's just made it better. It's just made it better. And there's no point that you would hit one of those splines early enough to not have it be populated. Alright, there's two things. We need to reset up the splines that were intended to be made into multi-spawners. And I want to make a function. I can't forget to do this. I want to make a function to repopulate spline with points that are equidistant. Ideally. That's just for the reparameterization of the distance for more consistent intermediary points for doing the calculation, which should help smooth things along. And honestly, it's not a bad thing if your splines have equidistant points in the first place. That's not super necessary to do though, at least especially at this stage. And I kind of worry it might fuck things up too. I don't know though, would it fuck things up? Because I can make the editor function, right? And I can just grab points along this based on the length. We just hard code or determine a distance in which to spawn them. I guess I worry about the tangents. But I can grab the rotation at those points. I could just grab the transform and I can just set the transform at that point. So maybe it wouldn't be a problem at all. Grab distance, divide, determine number of points, for loop, grab transforms, clear spline points, make spline, profit. At least in my mind. We'll worry about that after we get the splines replaced here. I did notice that this one does veer a little bit too far from here. Let's get that a little bit closer. Open Unreal question mark profit. I swear to God, I know people have their problems with Unreal. I do too. It's bloated. Everybody who uses Unreal knows it's bloated. We all wish that there was a separate branch of Unreal Engine that was meant for games and one that was meant for cinema and architectural visualization. We all agree. But my God, the amount of belief that just developers are opening Unreal, throwing shit in a level, and pressing package project is insane. Or that, you know, Unreal developers don't compress their assets before shipping. It's like, okay, you have zero idea about that. It just ruffles my feathers. I don't have that many feathers because I plucked them out due to anxiety, but the few feathers that I have left, I'm like one of those stupid anxiety parrots, okay? This is me, okay? This is game dev. But the few feathers that I have left, it ruffles them. Poor birds, man. Jokes aside, I feel bad for those birds. It really sucks. Hold on, I'm in wrong data layer. There we go. Let's hear the rock material posted yesterday with like 600 instructions for rock provided in starter pack. It's pretty crazy though. It is pretty crazy. But if I have to read another, oh, like, developer implemented nanite, therefore game is horrible. I blame the people who are sometimes right, but often could be wrong. Like, you know, like shader stutters is a great one. A lot of times, Unreal games are not stuttering because of shaders. They can stutter because of nanite too. Because people are trying to, you know, nanite still pretty much requires a very fast SSD, even like an NVMe drive, in order to prevent the stuttering. I've never gotten stutters with Unreal games. That's because I have NVMe drives. I mean, we can argue about whether or not they should require NVMe drives to run stably, and that's a very fair discussion to have. But if we can't, you know, get to the source of these problems, then we kind of are working on the wrong footing. Prices of NVMe drives in your area are really bad. Are they bad? The fuck? Oh. What happened? That was weird. Okay, that's the right one. Most important part of this is here and here. We probably only want like 2 or 3 to spawn here. Let's just make sure we default the platform limit to 1. 2. Well, let's do 3. 3 and 15. And that should be set to follow directly. Not climbable. I don't know what the previous one was. It was either like 2 or 3 meters a second. Spawn was a bit wonky. That part was good though. Oh. Wait, that shouldn't be climbable. Interesting. Is that not sending the... What the fuck? Wait, it's not even being set correctly. Why would this not have been plugged in? Or did I might have deleted it on accident. Oh yeah, I deleted it because there was a... Okay, never mind. Not a bug, just a missing macro. Although why we don't run it here is weird. Because it's adding the static mesh component. And the climbability, I think, is looking for the first static mesh component. And in either case, for both the regular moving platform, which only spawns one thing at a time anyway, or for the multi-spawn, it would follow the same rules. I know why we skipped that. I know why we skipped that. Okay, I should fix that problem. It was spawning weird though. Or no, it's just because of the curve. Totally fine. Could move it a little bit closer. And I think it was moving faster too. We can do like 2.5 or 3 maybe. Let's see what 3 looks like. It is pretty fast. The whole Unreal optimization thing too is a bit frustrating because I don't know if there's any developer out there right now working in Unreal that would not want better optimization for some of the new technologies and features of Unreal. It's just that we don't really have much of a choice. Like, it's not our call if we get to have enough money to spend 5 years optimizing the shit out of the engine, you know, making a custom fork and going crazy with it. We all wish our studios had, you know, $50 to $100 million to do something like that. Or we had enough money to survive and, you know, make our own engine from scratch for some new game, you know, spend the next 5 to 10 years doing that. But we just don't have the luxury of it. You know, we're told that we need to make a 4-year game in 2.5 years, and it's like, well, what are we supposed to do? We have no choice. We don't even have the money to finish the game. This is true. It's yeah. This one was previously working on a spline event. I think I will just remove the spline events on these. And we'll set this one up to work off of a multi-spawn. Because it's long. It is long. Much like my ego. Did I just throw it on 2 of these? Get out of here. Yeah, there's this weird belief that, you know, we should all be making our own custom engines. Just, I don't think that works anymore these days. Not for most studios. No time, no money. And honestly, not the right people either. The expectations for certain engine technologies is way higher than it used to be. I mean, we didn't even move from custom to UE. In my opinion, we moved from custom to Unity and to Unreal. I mean, there were certainly a lot of people using, you know, UDK and whatnot. It was a bit better back when there was less competition. And studios could afford to, let's say afford because they were enabled to take the time and to build things. I mean, look at like the golden age of Sony with PS3 and early PS4. Oh, you could say PS2 as well, but this was the age in which they were, you know, taking all their proprietary studios, giving them as much time and money as they needed to build up custom tech, share information, share people, personnel, and understandings, and built like some of the best single-player franchises and custom engines. But then they completely nuked their own library with all that. Should be good. Should be good. Let's do platform limit of 3, time of 15. Or, you know what, let's boost that up. Let's just do 15 seconds between each one. Boost that up to 10. No climbability. Follow. 2.5. Oops. Still turns really fast. Export Unreal Mesh and textures to Blender, and when importing back to use existing textures, just import model. You could ask Rex if he gets here. He would probably know. Is the spline tech built into the engine? The spline is yes. You can do quite a lot with the splines. That's a bit better. Oh. Just gotta trim down those rotations a bit. Oh, that is really far away now. That's better. Smoother in that. Good timing on that. It feels a lot better. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. That's pretty good. Happy with that. Look at this little secret area. Oh. Except I climbed up on the ledge on accident. Oh. We just gotta fix the camera clipping into the meshes sometimes. And the new darkness from our lighting changes. We're gonna fix that with some post-processing. Probably before a new build comes out, just for the sake of it. This whole area needs to be redone, so I'm not gonna fuck with these at all. Because we're gonna completely redo this area. It doesn't feel cool enough. And if you manage to miss this platform, there's just a lot of waiting. So we're going to totally redo it. The waiting is boring. I think there's some waiting that's okay. You know, especially if it's meant for like pacing purposes. But I think there are better ways to slow down the pacing. You know, like this underground area is great for slowing down pacing. It's really, really good for that. That's a cool way to slow down the pacing. The waiting is boring. This part is boring. You know, we also have this part up here in the ceiling after you get done with the hell wall. That's nice. And I think that generally after you once you exit the hell crack, you know, this is a cool little bit here, but then it's just, you know, you fall on the platforms and you're just waiting, and it's like, okay, well, where's the danger, you know? And I think we could do something more fun here. You have to be a little bit careful because you can jump quite a far ways from up here. And so if there's anything that the player would be able to, you know, jump onto and skip some... I'm okay with some skipping, to be fair. I'm okay with some skipping, but maybe we'll move the player over to this back area a bit more. And then we can curve around and you can jump onto these platforms here. Okay, I feel pretty good about these two splines. This last spline, though, we'll set this up to be a multi-spawn. We'll just be a little bit careful about it. Which one controls this one right now? This is lava flow 3_3. That is that one. Okay, we'll delete this then. Pokemon music? No, this is the first Octopath Traveler. Bring that up a little bit so I can see it better. The only thing I worry about is because of the timings, there might be some overlap of the platforms here, which would look kind of bad. It wouldn't cause any problems, but it would look weird. But I think for being a small indie game, we just say, who the fuck cares? You know, not buy the game because two rocks collided with each other. That should work. Good enough. Alright, we will do... How long is that? 100 meters. I only want 2 to spawn. We do want it to be a bit slow. Try that. It feels okay. There might be an instance in where they do collide. That's the benefit of using the spline events, is I can very carefully curate the timing on that. But I think it's okay. Should be good. There would be no moving platforms on the 3rd level. I think we fixed up all the ones that are the most egregious. These are short enough. We do not want to fuck with the lava fall, because that could ruin a lot of things. This one is short enough. It shouldn't be a problem. This one was changed. We changed the long one here. This one's short enough. These aren't going to be touched because we're going to redo those anyway. And we adjusted the last one. The other two are very strict timings because of the need to platform over to them. And those should be fine too. And we adjusted this one, and this one is working fine as far as I can tell. Short, timed, short enough. Should be good. Let's see. Kurwa. No kurwa. I'm tired today. I went to bed late. Kurwa. Kurwa mać bober, kurwa. Let's make that equidistant spline thing because I think it's gonna help. I really do. Use the sacred Polish language. Yeah, so sacred. Ja pierdolę bober kurwa. Jazda's kurwami. Make function to repopulate spline with points that are equidistant. Yeah, let's try that. I'm gonna try that on a blank level so as not to fuck things up significantly, or at least a level that I don't intend to make any saves to. Well, let's just make a fresh level because I don't even need to play. I just need to test whether or not it works. And we'll start with the regular base spline one because that one we know. You know what? Let's be smart. Let's be smart. Don't save this. Commit my changes, and then we can do it. God forbid I screw something up so bad. Now we're safe. It's smart. I'm not known for it, but hey, even a broken clock is right twice a day. Although I don't think that the new generations are aware of that because they don't know how to read analog clocks. That's not even an insult. I think I'm pretty sure that's true. Thank you for doxing me. Oh, I have to create an account to read the full story. Just 1 in 10 Americans say they own a freestanding or grandfather clock. You know what's sad? I would absolutely own a grandfather clock if I could fucking afford a grandfather clock, because they are so beautiful. The mechanistry inside them is amazing. My grandparents still have one, and I fucking love grandfather clocks. God, they're so cool. This is only owning though. This is not. Older Americans are less likely to check the time often. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. So 95% of 65-year-olds can instantly read a analog clock. I wouldn't say that I can instantly read one, but it isn't that big of an issue. Get them for free on Craigslist. People are handing those out on Craigslist. Those things are worth thousands of dollars if they're in good condition. Not a lot of people know how to service them still, and they do need a lot of service. They can be expensive to maintain. 83% of 45 to 64-year-olds. I mean, and in total, we could say that it's 96%. Or like actually just being able to read. It's not as bad as I thought. 18 to 29-year-olds, 43 to and 45. It's not bad. I thought it was worse than that. Would own my grandfather's clock. It's not a good thing to miss here. Most Americans say they would show up early to many types of events, but not parties. Alright guys, I think we have a new topic to talk about for the next hour. Showing up on time, early, or late to events. What do we do? You're German. Okay, well, I know your answer then if you're German. Yeah, I try to show up on the second or a little bit early. Like if it's an appointment, early. If it's anything else, you tell me to be there at 3 p.m. I'm there at 3 p.m. Yeah, I like being early to parties to help prepare, and because I always get first pick of the food and alcohol, and it's like a little bit quieter. So I like showing up on time or early to parties. I never was like the person that would be like, oh yeah, I'll show up, and then it's 2 hours after it starts. What's the point? This is, spline is not on the moving platform base, but we can put it on here. The multi-spawn is part of base. We'd have to duplicate the function. That's fine. Let's make the function first. What should we call the function? Equalize spline points. I don't know how I feel about that. Get what's it called? Get spline point. Can we get all spline points? Get number of spline points. Do I have to like for each through them? Can I not just grab an array? Really? Okay. All right. I see how it's going to be. For loop 0, number -1. We will get the transform at spline point. Normalize point distance. You know what? I like normalize. I do like normalize a lot better. Normalize spline point distances. How about that? We'll do an add. Let's call this original spline point transforms. We shouldn't need the scale. We shouldn't need scale. All right, our first goal, cache the spline points. We've done that. We then need to find the distance. We'll have to like probably just hard code it. I don't know what a good distance would be. It's in centimeters, so you know, we can set it to 100, but that's just 1 meter. That's way too close. We would need to cache the original length too. Or just use it to calculate spline length. Distance between points. We'll try 500. We could, you know what we could say? We could also check if the spline length is too short. What do you call a woman standing in the middle of a tennis court? What do you call her? Her name? Is it an anti-joke? And shut the fuck up. Shut up. You know, nobody asked for the answer to that. Oh shit, wait. I do like, you know, do you guys know anti-jokes? I don't know if that's just like a... You know, a thing that was like popular when I was younger. Are anti-jokes still popular? Some of these are really stupid, to be fair. A man walks into a bar. Ouch. What did one Frenchman say to the other? I have no idea. I don't... You know, I'm... These are like dad jokes. Millennial here. Shut the fuck up. Knock, knock. Who's there? To? To who? To whom? That's for the grammar Nazis out there. Horace walks into a bar. Several of the patrons quickly get up and leave, realizing the potential danger in the situation. I shouldn't be laughing at these. I really shouldn't be laughing at these. Distance between points. There is like a... Yeah, I can do whole and remainder. Oh fuck. Okay, dividend divided by divisor. I always forget which one is which. Dividend, divisor. Feel like I'm back in 6th grade. You know, my only problem with this is that it says division, whole, and remainder. But the return values first return the remainder and then the whole. That bothers me significantly. It's illegal. It really should not be like that. That's really frustrating. Yeah, it looks fine to you. I always knew there was something wrong with you. I'm trying to think of what to do with the last point. The last point we need to spawn either way. We could just allow that distance. You know, actually, do we need to cache the original spline point transforms? Do we need to cache that? I don't think so. We need to spawn the first and last point in the same spots. But then I feel like we can just loop through the number of points that we need to spawn and set the new transforms. I don't think we need to cache that. We only need to cache the start and the end point. We'll keep the index though. Original first point. Original last point. Okay, we can return here. We don't need to do anything. I know you don't have to use return nodes. I like to use them though just for clarity. I don't like function execution just disappearing into nothingness. Okay, we have the first and the last point. Oops, don't do that. We know we need to spawn the first point. We would need to clear the spline points. Not yet though, not yet though. We need to build them. We need to do a for loop. First index for sure. New point transforms array. Get add original first point. Otherwise, is current point index equal to... We need to store the last point, I think, on it. Although we could just check if it's equal to the last. -1. If true, set it to the last point. Otherwise, we will need to grab transform at distance. In world space. And distance here would be current point index. Get spline point. Wait. Current point index times distance between points. I'm just thinking if I need to do any math with that. First, 1 times 500. We shouldn't need to. We shouldn't need to. Should just be able to use the index. Oh, we need to for loop through the number of points to spawn -1. I wanted to do something with the last point because if the last point is like super close, I fear that it might be a little bit bad for the calculation. Here's what we'll do. Do a select here. And if the remainder length is less than half of the distance between points, then we will set the number of points to spawn equal to the remainder whole value minus 1. Because it would just be, I feel like it would be too close. And it's okay to have one that's a little bit longer. That feels a little bit safer to me. Okay, at the end of this, and we'll do a sequence here to break it up. We need to clear the spline points. At this point, we should have our new transforms, assumedly. And we can just loop through that and add a spline point. Does it matter if we add spline point at index? I don't think so. Let's run update spline at the end. We won't update while we are currently adding points. Feels wasted. Oh, but you can't set the transform. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll add spline point at index. We'll use the index, and then we can I really not like set transform at spline point? I can just get transform. Okay, well we don't care about scale, just the rotation. Should be fine. How you doing, Mavi? He said trans. Oh no. New point transforms for each loop. Current point index. Current point transform. Right, get current point transform. Let's split location. Index equal to current point index. And same thing over here, but with rot. Oh, and of course, the point index is above the rotation here, but below the position here. Of course they are. Epic, please. Just a little consistency. I think that's all we really need to do for that. Okay, we've got a wacky spline here. Let's just make a duplicate of that for the sake of testing. A little bit hard to see. Oh my god. What the fuck? What did it do? Why is it... I know why. I know why that's happening. We have to get the tangents. I know why. Because I was checking if the point was equal to the last point, but that's obviously not it. We need to get the last index, and that's the last point of the new one. Okay. All right. I can fix one of the problems. Not is current point index equal to that, but rather the number of points to spawn -1. Let's just double check. Okay. And that was too close, so it just skipped that last one. Good. Can we get the... Is there like a tangent transform at a certain index? There's two tangents, right? So shouldn't it be get tangents at point? Oh, there's get arrive and get leave. Understand. Am I crazy? Shouldn't there be two the arrive and leave, but I can't like grab them both as one? Interesting. Okay. All right. I mean, I can work around that. I can work around that. We should just be able to... Let's do that back here. Time to write a Reddit post. You know, I stopped writing Reddit posts at roughly the same time that I started to grow up. I don't know if there's any correlation, but that, you know, that's just when it started to happen.
Curse you, Bale!
Oh my god. Egon with the jump scare. I'm gonna separate these. We'll do this after we cache the first and last points. Spend 2 days planning out your gameplay event, presentation, and interaction system. Half of it is implemented now. It's pretty cool. Gameplay event, presentation, and interaction system. We just made an interaction system plugin, which is pretty nice. If you can believe it, I used to moderate for a Reddit. It was the Darkest Dungeon subreddit. Then they banned memes and I left because they were a bunch of clowns. That sounds like the ultimate Reddit mod thing to do, right? It's just to ban memes. Epic's working on an engine built-in interaction system. Well, that'll be interesting to see. I bet it will be bloated, have a lot of black box systems that you can't modify at all, and new weird terminology that doesn't exist in any of the other systems. Working to make a core interaction system which other gameplay systems will be able to interact with smart objects. Okay, to be fair, more smart object stuff will be nice. Currently very much Pawn AI focused. They are indeed. We'll use this framework to simplify player interactions. We're also looking into triggering gameplay abilities easily through the system. These interactions are client-side predicted and thus are network and replication compliant. It you know, to me it reminds me of like gas, right? Which is that, okay, if you specifically need everything that gas provides, great. Otherwise, you might as well just write your own system. Like if I plan to have, I don't know, you know, if I plan to use smart objects and gas, and especially if I would want multiplayer, sure, I'll use their interaction system. Otherwise, I'll just make my own interaction system, because I know it will be a lot more optimized and less black boxy. Not that it's bad, just... It feels like the same merry-go-round with Unreal systems like this. Anyone has thoughts on the new NVIDIA DLSS 5? Yes. I absolutely have thoughts. I don't think NVIDIA would want to hear them, but I do have thoughts. It looks absolutely horrible. It is the most obvious, uncanny AI filter in living in my nightmares. I can understand using AI to clean up the frames. I think DLSS 4 is really fucking good. Really good. It's just adding bullshit in. Bet dozens of engineers warned the manager that this will backlash and were ignored. I bet so too, yeah. It's the same thing that people say, like, how could a game studio release this shitty game? It's like, because people warned that it would be bad, or they talked about it behind a manager's backs because they were afraid that they would be punished for voicing it. That's how it happened. It's not that the developers didn't see it coming. It's that they either nobody listened or people were afraid to speak up. That's what happens in your studio? Oh god. Oh god. What, you have like a toxic positivity issue at your studio? I've worked at a place that had toxic positivity problems, where I was specifically labeled as disloyal. That was a direct word used by the manager for bringing up problems about the game that I wanted to have fixed. Ah, yes. Disloyal people classically trying to fix problems to improve product. Yes, indeed.
Daddy.
So what's up, Rex? I mean, this manager was also a guy who just didn't understand game design. I legitimately think that he does not understand the purpose of game design and sees them just as hindrances for creating the product. Like, why even have them? Not toxic positivity, but CEO just forcing things into the game that will backlash despite whole team saying that it's a bad idea. I mean, I think some of that can happen with game directors, right? Because the buck has to stop somewhere. The game director does have the final say. And not every game director is some bona fide hero of perfect design knowledge or intuition. Obviously. Otherwise, every game would be perfect. But at least acknowledge, like, okay, I'm going to make this decision. It's possible you're right and I'm wrong. Let's monitor it. Let's get some playtesters on this and if it turns out that my decision here is a bad one in hindsight, why don't you ask the producer to add a task where you can do the design work, or at least high-level design for your idea, so that we're ready to go and add it to the mix if it turns out that I'm wrong. Is this a different studio from Red Hook? Yes. Some places managers there mainly just to summarize the project's progress to the owner. The problem with this place is that this was like, oh my god, progress, we did it, we completed the milestone, because today is March 18th, and on the calendar, March 18th is when our milestone ended, which means we finished our milestone. We did it perfectly. Let's move on to the next one. There's no question of like, well, hold on. But did we do this stuff according to the milestone? Like, did we actually finish these things? Oh, don't worry, this is at MVP level. We'll just fix it later. Cue SpongeBob 9 months later. Tangent. What was it called? Was it update? Yeah, it was wait. It was, hold on. It was set tangent. Tangents at spline point. What do a monastery and a meth head have in common? They usually have at least one prior. What is it with you guys and jokes today? I need you to stop. Alright, theoretically that should handle the tangents. What the fuck happened? Did I like set, I don't know, local space on one of these on accident? What the hell? Like, they weren't even close to right. Right, it's editor, so I can't call the breakpoint. Actually, I think I could call it. Sometimes it doesn't allow you to do breakpoints in editor. Oh, it was okay with it this time. No, it's not letting me like read it in a normal way. Pretty fucked up. I wish it had like the little, I don't know. They need to fix the tooltips for arrays when debugging in blueprints. Oh my god. Yes, they let you set both tangents in one node, but you cannot get them in one node. That is exactly what it is. Did I maybe fuck up? Because I know that I'm setting the... Yes, I know what the issue is. I was a little bit worried about doing this up here. It would be why I fucked up. It works for the first point, but then it'll screw up every other point. Realistically, though, we can probably just change this over to... A little bit chunky, ain't it? I think just using the current point index should be fine. Equal to 0. Set the transform. First index. Is it last index? No, keep adding. Should be fine. Should be fine. We'll clean that up as best we can once we get this functional. Oh my god, why? How? How are these the world coordinates of the tangents? How? Okay, arrive tangent world, arrive tangent array, leave tangent world, leave tangent array, arrive, leave world. I mean, unless that isn't grabbing... Maybe I'll try grabbing it in local and setting it in local. Same issue. Exact same issue. Do you guys see anything that I'm doing wrong with that? Because like these points don't even match up to anything on the spline itself. Unless... I know why it is. I know why it's happening. It's actually pretty obvious why the issue is occurring. I know exactly why it's occurring. I don't know how to fix it though. It was actually pretty dumb of me to not see this, but we don't actually know the tangents. We're spawning in more points. Unless there's default tangents when you make a point, and then we could grab that, but we'd have to make the point first. Yeah, we don't know, we can't do the tangents. Once I thought about it for like 2 seconds, I'm like, oh wait, no, that's actually really obvious why it won't work. Yeah, so I was like, wait. I could.
Mr. President, wake up.
There's no rotation on these. Did we transform distance? I could build them if it was drawing the if it was doing the rotation correctly, then I could use the forward vector of the point to build the tangents and just set them all to, you know, I don't know, like 200, 300 centimeters apart from the point, but it's not setting the rotation correctly. Probably because I'm grabbing the rotation in. Well, it shouldn't matter. Oh wait, look at this. Look, I don't know if this is any relevant, but look at the type here is curve for the point. The type here is curve custom tangent. I don't know if that holds any significance. It doesn't update the rotation. It didn't set the type. It still says custom. Oh yeah, look at that. I mean, now that it's... What the... Did I not plug that in? Add spline point at index. Type curve. That's what it should be. Maybe we do need to update the spline? I mean, it's an editor call, so I don't care if there's any, you know, latency or performance issues. That looks a lot better. Like that is setting default tangents then for those. Now that's cinema. now we're cooking with oil. Well, lesson learned there, Jesus. To be honest, that was just luck of the draw noticing that problem. It looks really good. It adds it. It doesn't fuck with the curve at all. And I think that we can build them further apart than 500 on the distance. You know, every 5 meters. But it looks pretty good. There should be one here, though. There really should be one. Might just be a small math issue. Should be an easy fix. Should be an easy fix. We got the hard part done. All right, give me a sec. I gotta pee. BRB. Bah. Feels like we're missing 2 points. Number of points is. Let me try it with a reliably distant. 10 meters, right? We should only spawn one halfway through. But I think we check if it's greater than 2 points, not greater than equal. Oh no, it's just if it's greater than 1. Oh, that just poofs it. Well now. Curious and probably related. Much like two cousins doing things that with each other that they shouldn't. Don't read into that. Don't read into what I just said. Don't think about it. Just look at the splines. Look at the pretty splines. How you doing, Fluorescent Starbright? How's your day going? Got any new drama from your team? Oh, you're on spring break. That's where you like go to the beaches, you flash your titties for some beads. That's right. That's right. I know all about it. I mean, we shouldn't even need to fuck with the tangents at that point. Just clean this up a little bit, now that we know this works. Stay at home like an animal and play Deadlock 24/7. Getting to middle age has its perks for when you get your own titties. Especially if you drink a lot. Eat cheese. And I mean, how can you not eat cheese? Cheese is cheese. Yeah, this might not be necessary. Let's give that some consideration. Double check that it's still working as intended. Yes, except for that last point. I mean, in the case of us only having a first and last spline point, 2 minus 1, those should cache just fine. $1,500, no remainder. We only spawn 1 point. 1 minus 1, 0. Current index. If it's equal to 0. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I see the problem. I mean, you've been playing Deadlock like I've been playing Terraria 1.4.5 and Slay the Spire 2. Oh. Well, that's curious. Let me try handling this in a little bit of a different way. One that won't be so obnoxious. That is not the right index, though. Or would it be fine? That might be okay now. Or it'll get worse. I don't know. One or the other. Is it returning? Hold on. Choose in here. Spline length, that would be 1,000 divided by no remainder, or it would be less than the half distance between points. This should be 2. This would return true. 2 minus 1, 1. Number of points to spawn 1 minus 1. First index. We've already cached the first. Current point index 0. Thank you, chat, for being my rubber duck on that one. There we go. Could I get a 5-second opinion on a picture? If it is your dick, yes. If it is not your dick, no. Too small, sadly. He's just like me for real. But yes, I can. I mean, depends what it is. All right, I think the function is fully working. Basically, it takes any spline of any length and will create equal distant points for it. Boink. And the reason that we do that is because more equally distant points assist with the reparameterization of the get distance along spline at point, or whatever the fuck, get time at whatever it's called. That uses the reparameterization, which is an internal array of points between the points. And so that will increase the accuracy and should help reduce a lot of like the jitter that you might get when moving smoothly along a spline. Now, I don't know if 5 meters between each is a little bit too much. I guess it depends on the reparameterization. With more points in between, you can probably lower the amount. Default is... Actually, what is the default? 10. So maybe we could boost that up to like 20 or something. It's not, it doesn't really explain what it does, and it's hidden under the advanced section, but I was reading up on that last night. Number of steps per spline segment to place in the reparameterization table. Of course, this will increase memory usage because you are storing that internally. The more points you have, the more steps per segment, the more that you're storing. But unless you have, you know, like thousands of spline instances, I doubt that it's going to be too much of an issue for 10 to 20. Opinions on shading. What am I looking at here? It's going to be UI borders. Well, it looks pretty cool. What can I say apart from it looks really cool? Because I don't know what to judge here. Apart from that, it looks really cool. Too dark? I mean, it's... Is it fully opaque? And is this at scale? Or will it be smaller or larger? Smaller scale, but tiled. If you can put it on like a 1920 by 1080 image and send that to me, then I can blow it up to full screen at scale. Because it might be too much detail for the scale if it's going to be smaller, but it might be okay. Hard to know just off of this, but I can say that I think it looks really cool. One might even say sexy. One might say that. Second day of learning Krita. The fuck is Krita? Alright, let's throw some comments on here. This does what? Make sure we have at least 2 spline points to work with, and the length is at least 750 centimeters, 7.5 meters total. Grab the first and last spline points separately. Separately? Fuck. I know I typed the wrong one. I did type the wrong one. An idiot. Stupid. Add the first point to the first array index. Using the spline's length determines the total number of points to spawn. Remainder is less than half of the desired distance. We skip an intermediate point between the last and second to last. Goes through our points and grabs transforms along the spline at distance. Adds the last point in. From the original. What song is playing? This is the extended Wise Tale from Heroes of Might and Magic 4. There's music. It is a little bit silent, this track. I'll boost it up a little bit. This extended one is like 20 minutes long. I think I pulled this off of YouTube. Yeah, this one here. Clear our current spline. Loop through each of our new transforms and add in the new points. Do a final update of the spline to be safe. Which track? I already said it. Jesus, for it. Oh my god. Now I know why you're failing all your class. I'm just kidding. It's a Wise Tale. I download it from YouTube and throw it on my Spotify playlist. Sorry. It was just a joke. God. We'll throw that in a spline category. Don't you dare fluorescent strawberry. Oh my god, I'm just gonna grab you the link on YouTube. You absolute monster. There you go. The entirety of Heroes soundtracks are great. I think the fourth one, I don't know if it's the fourth or the fifth. The guy who was in charge of doing it was really, really into like opera music. I think it gave the game such a memorable vibe. Alright, we don't need to save that. What we could do is grab all of our splines and update them if we want to. I don't know if it'll break anything. I'm a little bit scared to do it. Why don't I see the... Oh, because they're two different actors. Like, it shouldn't mess these up to do it at all. I don't see any changes. You know, it might mess up some of the tangents. Maybe. But adding in more points... I don't know. I think it's safe. We should just see it work. Boink. Oh, fuck yeah. That feels good. I like that function. That's a good function. We made a good function today. That gets me really hot and bothered. It is satisfying to see. Hopefully it didn't break anything. It's actually a bad checkpoint to spawn to if I want to see if it broke anything. Holy speed run. Oop, I fucked up. Never mind, spoke too soon. It looks like it's working great. Oh yeah, we're considering those two separate. Oh. Here there shouldn't be two though. That might be a bug. Those should have the same ID. I like watching those. They're silly. It is destructive, can't easily change it anymore. What do you mean? I think I know what you mean. Wait. I fixed this. What do you mean attempted to add effect with no tick override? I fixed this. We fixed that on stream. The fuck do you mean? Did I not push that to main? The spline points, once you run the function, it's pretty much done. Can't change the distance between points anymore. Go back to... You can't go back to the original, but you can absolutely change the distance if you want. Hey, Zach and friends, thanks for the follow. Because you could just modify it and update it again. And then rerun it. So I could just change this and then just rerun the function for it. What are you working on, fellow game dev? I was working on a function to take a spline actor that we have like this. And, you know, you set up your points and everything, do what you need to do. But hold on, doing the calculations for getting distance along the spline is kind of messy when you have big distances between points. So I made a function that normalizes the distance, like you see here. Takes 100% of your RAM storage every time. Oh god, it does take a lot of RAM, especially if you have a lot of things open. I could have sworn that we fixed this. Do we know which actor this is in the level? Maybe I didn't commit it. March 9th. Maybe I didn't commit it. Maybe I just accidentally undid it or something. Huh. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. All the config is fucked up on that. Huh. That's kind of weird. Yeah, weird. Okay. Barely know how to start game development. I know my game idea, but I just don't know anything. That's a tough point to be in. I can tell you, though, a lot of people in this chat, and myself included, have also been in that space. So don't feel like you are starting in a place that other people haven't been in before. What is your game idea, out of curiosity? Because maybe if it's like something super simple, we could give you some beginner tips, or like where to start. Don't say MMORPG though, please. Don't do it. I think the editor has a memory leak. I believe it's not a memory leak, Flores and Strawberry. I could be wrong. What I believe it is that it retains certain things in RAM that you've already opened before, especially if you open up a lot of like meshes and materials. It'll retain that in RAM until you close and reload it. It's really horrible. I could be wrong about that. Oh, and certain things will just absolutely bloat it like crazy. Like, I haven't opened up too many art things today, and we're at like 6.3. God forbid I open up any like meshes and materials though, and it just starts going up like crazy. I don't know why these got messed up. Kind of worries me. Communities, you try to survive against different enemies, okay, and the game is very inspired by the Bible, specifically the sins and stuff. That's what the entities are anyways. It's also very webcore-y. Okay, is it like a Survivors like Vampire Survivors? Or if you could liken the gameplay to anything specifically, what would it be? Ever know how to show the stats on the top of the editor? I thought I did. I think there's like monitor, is it the... Oh, I thought it was this, but maybe not. I don't remember how I turned that on, actually. Editor performance. General performance, editor performance. The fuck did I do? How to fix it? Don't ask me. Only try to survive against them with their mechanic while you collect stuff. So you don't attack them, but you survive against them. Earth-sized map MMO. Oh god. Just a 1-to-1 scale galaxy sci-fi space sim with real-time math for collapsing stars. Oh yeah. Different game mode, they are very violent. You do attack them, but in the normal one you don't. The separation is good. Maybe you could look into like Game Maker. Might be a really nice start. Because obviously Unreal is just way too, stick to like 2D for now. Especially for a prototype. But Game Maker would be a really nice start, especially if you have like a lower, lower tier system, not a lot of memory. Game Maker's pretty nice. As far as I know, they have a lot of really useful tools and tutorials to get started. And it is fully free. And there have been some pretty amazing games made in Game Maker. And they have their own scripting language too, so you don't need to fully learn. Yeah, RPG Maker could work. Manual's pretty good with lots of examples for common things. I would recommend Game Maker. I'm with Mavi on this one. What happens if you try dragging a level with a smaller Unreal unit meter size into another one with a larger one? I'm gonna let you figure that one out. Get back to me on what happens. Tell me the crash report. I did load up Game Maker recently at home, and they have a whole lot of like what's the word for it? They have a whole lot of choices when you start a new project of what kind of project it is. What's the word for that? Template. They have a lot of templates. That's what it is. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thanks, chat. I Alright, these two look good too. I could have sworn that I fixed this, but I must have undid my work and forgot that I wanted to save that. These should be good now too. Game is awakenings related to one specific entity that is basically a boss battle with that specific entity, but different and with more mechanics. Start with the very basics of your gameplay. Like, you know what your core loop is. What is your core loop? If it is, avoid enemies as they randomly spawn, collect upgrades, focus only on that, nothing else. And once you get that working, then you can start expanding that further. But it sounds like a cool idea that you could maybe, if you wanted to, market it towards, like churches with youth groups. Especially if you integrate it with some of the Bible stories. Or like some moral lessons and stuff. There's money in that, I can tell you that. We have to get proper elevators in this game. Was collect stuff, survive, get to the safe room. Haha. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Every time you finish a safe room, more entities spawn. Do different types of entities. Well, it sounds like you know exactly what you're trying to make then. I remember playing some pretty cool Bible games when I was younger in church. Some like puzzle adventure games. It was a pretty fun one. I don't remember the name of it though. Oops, I missed. Just for VR? That's weird. Probably not be targeted towards churches because the game is very violent in that violent game mode. Okay, I see. Yeah, they probably wouldn't like that one. That is fair. What did we need to do after this? Because I kind of just finished this task. And it's only noon. Well, let's get it pushed to main first. Added in spline, point, normalization, function. Fixed a couple of bugged hazards in level 6, room 1. No wonder I missed so many of your streams. Wait, you're afraid of networking? Can I network stuff in GameMaker? You probably can. Make your game first, and then you can start expanding it into multiplayer. It's gonna be tough to do your first game as multiplayer. You can do it though. Maybe do like split screen co-op or something and not online. Because that adds in a whole lot of additional nonsense for replication and security. Stuff like that. Might be better not to. I know what I could do. I could make a new build, but I want to fix the lighting by adding in some new post-processing volumes to each level. Because I would like to make a new build. Yeah, I'm not even doing multiplayer yet. Jesus, I think I'd go insane if I had to do that. You know what? I kind of wonder if I messed up any of my data layers. Let's double check. Looks okay to me. We have the global post-processing. We're going to delete that and just do it per level. Or is there like a priority you can do? Can you have a global post-processing but then fall back? That you fall back to? Priority. One with the highest priority overrides. Okay. That's perfect then. We'll use this as our fallback and then we can do bigger ones. I did not know that you could do that. Yeah, PP materials are pretty awesome. We like a good PP here. Alright, what do we want to do with this? Can we boost up the darks without affecting the lights? Maybe. I don't mess with post-processing stuff too much. So I don't really know what I'm changing here. Let's check the exposure first though. Yeah, you will make mistakes. Unless you're me, I never make mistakes. It's something to do with the min and max EV, but I forget which direction things go in. I would like to change the exposure. Jesus Christ. It's a little bit much. It's a bit of a flashbang. Or is it really bad? Or is it really bad? The fuck? What is the default here? Because all I do, if I just tick this, but I don't change it at all, it's already bright as dicks. Kind of a bit too much though, but I mean that's partly just because of the flat material on the block out. Fuck me, I don't know what to change here. Apart from just adding some lights around. But this to me already just feels way too bright. Oh my god. If the default is just 0. I don't need it to be the perfect lighting right now, because lighting passes last, right? Lighting and post-processing. I just need it to be playable. So that when I make a new build, it's not horrible. It's a little bit better. I think the -2 is better. Like it's meant to be dark in some places, of course. You know, you're in a fucking cave. It's better than the screen gather from Lumen helps in some of the darker bits. Holy shit, dude. We are breathing through. We are speedrunning right now. I am the best player at this game. Because I'm the only player of this game. Technicalities. Not important. You're right, it is true until I release it. I mean, I could also tone down the orange of the lava too, if we need to. That would be doable. Play solo or co-op by yourself? This is a solo only game. It's a single player. No co-op. We're bringing back the golden age of single player games. Let's keep a bit of Alt F4. Don't worry, you'll be doing plenty of that throughout the game. I forget to hit the multiplayer button. I forgot to hit the trend chasing button. And the good thing is I'm very forgetful. And I will not remember to turn it back on. Ignore me, I'm just a cranky old piece of shit. But I don't really play a whole lot of co-op games these days. I like being able to just explore and take things at your own pace. think it gets more thoughtful that way. It should feel lonely. You know, it should feel lonely, it should feel dangerous. You can get a bit more involved in the lore. It's good for speedrunning. Is the... post-process shouldn't extend that far. We'll set that to a priority of 1. There should really be very little noticeable difference. We could try boosting down the material glow a little bit. It's just a prototype material anyway. So it just kind of needs to service. Okay, let's get this on room 2. Is that a bit too low? I mean, it's gonna have the same properties anyway. At least for now. You have sleep paralysis. Who is your sleep paralysis demon? Is it me? Is it plastic? And your file's getting deleted? Why was that still in Data Layer 1? Oh, that was weird. It's fine now. Send me a screenshot. I'm honestly just filling time because Rex, Cuthbert, and I need to have our production talk today. And I don't really have a whole lot to do until we have that talk. I shouldn't judge them too harshly. Like, you guys are students. You're probably still miles above me when I had similar years of experience. Yeah, you're seniors too. I mean, I guess that kind of makes... Well. Yeah, but like, where was I 3 years in? Was the elevator shaft too dark? They gotta learn the brutal reality of game dev, dude. Look, I'm not one to mince words or sugarcoat things, but even I don't know if I have the stomach or heart to tell juniors in the industry what the game dev industry is. I think they know. They don't need me to tell them. It's not feeling good. He's doing things even the very first class for this stuff tells you explicitly not to do, and when I offer to help, he refuses it and causes all sorts of problems. Oh. Well, he's not gonna last long in the industry. I mean, you get to rest on your laurels a little bit if you have laurels to rest on, but before you have anything to rest on, you know... you know what they say about glass houses and such, right? Could I just boost up like little parts of this? Why even throw like a different PP volume down there when I could just throw a glowing crystal or something? Wouldn't that be better? I mean, a light from above would be great. Because I don't think a glowing crystal is going to propagate down there enough. Unless we were to do multiple. It doesn't propagate as much. I mean, it is just a block out. I could throw down some work lights, in all fairness. Oh, they were added to the root for some reason. Awkward. And this one just got deleted, okay. Alright. You piece of shit. Check the coding channel, alright. Can I pull it up on stream? What is this? pushable block? Set a timer by event? Oh, it's, what is it, like, you know, smoothly lerping the position when it moves or something? The fuck is that? Timer is set to 0.0. Wait. Why? Why even have it at that point? Like, barely faster than 60 FPS. Copy pasted 4 times for each direction. Yo, why can't you just do like a... Why can't you just do like an enum select on direction? I have so many questions about this. Apart from the blueprint organization, I have so many questions. See the part where he gets actor of class for the player instead of get player pawn? What does he have to do that for? What is he trying to run from the player pawn? Because he can just cast. It's... Wait, he gets an actor of class just to grab its location? My god. What are the other ones here? Modifies mesh of cubes, set up logic mainly to make sure the player is there, and if a timer is done, then clear the timer. Get actor of class BP main character, get actor location. Interesting. Very interesting. As you manually set the mesh through an array. I don't understand. Wait. Is this all for like the box that you push to move it? Why would you, but you wouldn't need more than one block then, right? You would only want one block. Unless I'm not understanding the use case. Probably the case. Did he respond instead of just deleting it? He typed that for himself? You could have just pressed delete, just... Instead of just deleting the extra normalize, because you know what happens. You put down 2 things, you're like, oh shit, I put down a duplicate. This is after he refactored? No fucking way. Wait, so I don't understand. I don't understand what this does. Set component and owner. Okay. Is this like for like a puzzle or something? It like spawns multiple boxes in and places them around like an area? You need to type in the actual world location and the boxes spawn in. Okay, I mean, okay, I will play a little bit of devil's advocate. Being able to customize each of the cube meshes through an array is fine. But why not just spawn them in on the construction script? Well, I guess then you couldn't modify them directly, could you? Maybe I would just make them separate at that point. Like, I wouldn't spawn in dynamically the cubes, but rather just link them all through like an ID or something. I mean, there's a lot of different ways. What's up, Neptune? You just found my YouTube. Well, thank you. And you were watching the Crimson Desert overview video. Did you like it? Was I a bit too harsh? I don't think I was. I do like the game. I'm very excited for it. It comes out tomorrow, doesn't it? Or is it today? Was it behind the couch? Like what, the casting couch? What's the last one? What is this? Thursday for the US? I'm pretty excited for it. March 19th. 1 day and 10 hours. Oh, that's pretty late for us here in Europe. We'll see. We'll see what happens with it. This is how he checks the position of the player and organizes it. Check the photo I sent of setting up the puzzle itself. And thank you for the follow, Neptune. I'm glad that you liked the video. I don't do a whole lot of those. Logic branch checking which side of the block the player is currently standing. Then setting up some sum booleans to show that. Booleans? Just use an enum. You just use a select. Don't tell me, don't tell me, Fluorescent Strawberry, that there's like a boolean of B standing north. Or some shit like that. You're actually getting into game development, writing some things about my first game I'm going to be doing. Can you tell us about it? There is? Oh my god. I have no words. Forward move, left move, right move, and back. Oh, there's 4 booleans. There's 4 booleans. Oh my god. Does he know about enumerations? New verb. Oh my god. Okay, what is this one? Take a photo of setting up the puzzle itself. This is absolutely insane. Wait, okay, so hold on. Does this at least dynamically update each of these arrays on the construction script? Or do you have to literally press +1 on each of these? You know, I have like 3 hours of the stream left. Do you want me to do you want me to just make a new version of this? Send it to you. He doesn't even check if the array is long enough. Oh god. I'm sure you can do it even better. I'm not worried about you. Doesn't know structs or functions. Wait, so everything is on the event graph? Like, everything for the puzzle is on the event graph. Is it split up between graphs even? Is there like a separate graph for like puzzle logic graph? It's all just on the Uber graph. How long has he been in this class? There's a couple IPs in the middle of writing settings will be like Western, like Red Dead Redemption, platformer game like Sly or Spyro, and a medieval game. Is that all like part of the same game, or is it 3 separate games? You're graduating in 10 weeks. You know, it's the least of the problems, but this boolean is redundant if you use a timer because you can just check if the timer is currently running. It's the least of the problems here. Least of the problems. I told him to use interfaces. He said he didn't know how they could be useful. Well, I mean... He has to like look at this from a designer's point of view, because I understand there's plenty of use cases where I would dynamically there is actually a use case where I dynamically update an array in the construction script. I can show you exactly the use case for it. Let me go into a space where, you know what, let me go into my other map for it. Allow me to play a little devil's advocate, all right? You're not wrong about anything that you say. Little devil's advocate. But to be fair, I do this on construction script. All right, we got a platform, right? This shit spins. Spin to win. Good stuff. We like spinning. Spin good. What you can do with this is set up each of the arms. So I have these material overrides here, right? Now I can't do this on actors, but I can do it on meshes. So if I... Something is broken here. Uh-oh. It should be filling this. Did I break it when I was fucking with the debug box? I bet I did. Did I unplug something? Shows here just fine. That one's updating. What did I break on this one? Okay, don't look at that one. I don't know why. That one's a bitch. I can dynamically update the an array of materials for overriding here. So I can do different materials on each of the arms. Which is pretty nice. And because we use physical materials to control like slipperiness or like muddy, then that will update that too. I don't really have a use case for that, but we do have the ability to do it. I don't use construction scripts enough. Think you'll be using Unreal? 3 separate games you could turn into IPs. Oh god. That's a big plan. That is a big plan. You have some game design experience from school. You went to school for game design? Something is still weird about it though. Because this has 2 materials. Oh no, it doesn't. Never mind. Never mind. That's working as intended. You can actually, you can set the individual meshes too. So for instance, we could have the arm mesh be the same as our combined one here. And then we have all 3 of the material overrides that we can do on these. So you can see like this here. That's pretty nice. Again, I don't really have like a crazy use case for this. I was just kind of making it before we had an idea of what game we wanted to make, so I guess it was a bit of a leftover from prototyping. There's some fun stuff we could do with it though, I bet. Taking on, yeah, I mean, you're working on one at a time, right? Unreal is pretty tough. Unreal's a very tough engine to get into too. I wouldn't even say Unreal is a beginner-friendly engine at this point. Unreal Engine 4 was pretty beginner-friendly, but 5? And I wouldn't say so. I'm kind of curious why this is not updating the material array. It should be populating this array with more elements, but it's not. I know exactly why, or at least I have a pretty damn good suspicion why. That would be why. Ooh. Two arms, arm material overrides. I bet it's overriding the material overrides with that, and what we should be doing is letting that dynamically calculate. I know exactly why that's happening. Is Unreal Engine considered bloated? Yes. Yeah. It is. You can still make games with it, but it would be better if it wasn't so bloated for the purposes of film and architectural visualization. They need to have two branches of Unreal. One for games and then one for other shit. I was gonna start on something like GDevelop for 2D or Godot, but I want to do 3D projects that wouldn't be achievable in those. It's gonna be tough. You'd think, like 3 dimensions would only add a little bit of extra overhead, but 3 dimensions is... I would say that 3 dimensions increases the number of problems that you'll experience by like 5 times. Pretty nasty. Well, let me fix my bug and then I can take a look at the new blueprint craziness. It's probably because we're just setting the data directly. And we are choosing to pull in the material overrides here. That should be left. That shouldn't be touched. Oh, it's the base material override. Hold on. The wrong one. Then that will allow those to be made, but it won't pull from this number because we're pulling from the data table. Will it update from that though? I'm unsure. I think it will. Yes, okay. That's better then. Sorry about that. Getting late where I'm at? Yeah, sorry. I am American, but I live in Poland. And I always feel bad for my comrades back in the US. Closest major studio to you is Rockstar. Which branch? Because I know they have ones all around the world. Australia. Oh, you're in Australia. That's pretty cool. I've always wanted to visit. You guys have some pretty cool spiders. And I love spiders. Alright, we won't save anything here. Here's one for the light beam puzzle. Logic loop for beam continues going until it no longer hits something it is looking for. Also make sure it doesn't hit the same actor twice to avoid infinite loop. Wait, what? You have a light beam puzzle. What does it do? Like, just infinitely trace? Infinite 0.01 second line trace. statues. I guess a more advanced way to do that would be through like dispatchers. Because you wouldn't need to update anything if something related to the puzzle didn't move. And then you would just do the fire once to update it, right? Or while it's, you know, like on tick while something's being moved, maybe. You can see that. Yeah, you would only, like, I could see having to check and update that every tick while, you know, if you imagine like Portal, right? Where you pick up the laser cube. You'd probably have to update that, you know, the rotation of it every minute or something, or every tick. But you wouldn't need to do it if something related to the puzzle didn't move, or if there wasn't like a physics update. Yeah, like you could always just like, you know, disable tick on the puzzle by default, and then when you're updating something, enable tick, or like, you know, the moment you start pushing something, enable tick, let the tick handle, stop pushing, disable tick. And that way you could just keep it out of timer logic bullshit. Apparently Rockstar Australia may be doing GTA 4 port or remaster as they fix the Definitive Edition trilogy before becoming a part of Rockstar. Well, that'll be cool. Skyrim background music? Yes. I have a whole soundtrack. Playlist. Actually, this is Oblivion. Next up, though, we have a Skyrim song. Well, that is brighter. Oh, my sensitivity got boosted up. It should be better now. It's still a little bit bright, but, you know, it's just temporary until we get proper lighting in the game. I don't think we need to worry about it yet. Lighting will be our absolutely final pass on these levels. And we want to be very careful with that, especially because we're using Lumen. Best bet for us is just to identify points that are too dark, and then we'll just touch up each of those places individually. Seen a lot of other videos in Crimson Desert. Some that are saying it could be Game of the Year contender. I mean, it could be. It could be shit too. I think that from a mechanics standpoint, the game looks very impressive, but I'm still unsure what the story is going to be like. And we've already had a few games this year that are pretty up there in terms of GOTY contenders. Neo 3 would be one. And I feel like there's one that I'm missing too. I mean, I know a lot of people are playing like Slay the Spire, of course. But that's still in early access, and I don't know if that would qualify. There was another game that came out last month, I think? Previous month? Oh, dude, Resident Evil 9. I think Resident Evil 9 and Neo 3 are already going to be up there for Game of the Year contenders. How could I forget Hot Daddy Leon? Expedition 34. I think people were upset that I didn't give that my Game of the Year. I didn't like its third act, what can I say? You don't like Requiem? Well, everybody's got their taste, right? What was my GOTY? I think it was KCD2 tied with Death Stranding 2. But I think I gave it to KCD2. But both that and Death Stranding 2 were absolute masterpieces. Alright, let's get a crystal down here. Wait, those are proto light brown? The fuck? Oh. Those should be purple. Remedy Entertainment is remaking the first 2 Max Payne games into one game. I did not know that. That sounds exciting. I like the Max Payne games. Death Stranding 2 is coming to PC. I'm very happy to hear that. I really recommend, if people haven't played Death Stranding 1, I know it looks like a walking simulator. It is absolutely not a walking simulator. And it has an amazing story, incredible cutscenes and voice acting, and really fun gameplay, very novel gameplay. And especially if you're a game designer, I think that you will find so much to love about Death Stranding 1 and 2. Some of the best examples of game design I could ever say. Ironically, one of the things that makes it not is the simulated walking. I would agree with you. I would absolutely agree with you. 100%. There's no game that has made me think about terrain in the same way that Death Stranding makes me think about terrain. Terrain simulator. You'll see like what's a good example? Let's take like the Grand Canyon, right? If anybody here has played Death Stranding, you would absolutely look at an image like this and start to think about where you're placing ladders, where you're placing ropes, how you're getting across this river. And this would be this would be a tough level too. This would be like Ladder City. Dude, you're right, zip lines. But you have to get there first to place the zip line. So your first route is gonna have to be, that's gonna be pretty tough. Like you have some pathways up here, but man, getting a ladder up there, I don't know. Getting down wouldn't be too dangerous. You could maybe ladder across to the sandbar. Ladder here. You'd have to ladder up to these. It's like, how do you get up there? Maybe there's a pathway up this way. Surf the cargo things, that could be done too. 60 hours to complete Crimson Desert? That's not too bad. I kind of thought it would be longer, but I don't know, were they doing like a completionist playthrough? Or just a regular one? Yeah, also it released in Korea. I mean, that should help a little bit. Better than nothing. Does that stick out too much? You did play Redlock. Did you finish Redlock, Gwendolyn? Were you able to get to the last bit of the game? You know what I might do? I might just remove the collision on those. It's just a temporary blockout anyway. We know that we need better lighting there. We can always say like there was some mining equipment laying around because this is part of like the facility. But just to make the lighting a bit better here, let's just remove collision from these. And that should remove them too from the traces, yeah. Insights snapshot saved, thank you for that. I didn't ask you to do that, but thank you, Unreal. So there are twists, obviously they're not allowed to talk about that. Huh. They didn't find about 50% of the bosses. Very interesting. I'm not yet sure if I'm going to play that on stream, but I will play it offline, of course. But we have quite a lot of the game to work on. Got motion sick. Even in third person. We do have native support for gamepads, so if you want to try it with maybe like a controller, if that's easier. We have support for both gamepad, like Xbox stuff, and PlayStation controllers. Oh, it was a review program, I see. Where else is too dark? I know that it got pretty dark here with the changes in lighting. Very dark. I might just add like an ambient orange light in here to simulate the bouncing from down by the lava. They compared the tempo to Red Dead Redemption 2. I will like that. I think some people looking to play Crimson Desert will not like that, though. But I absolutely love Red Dead Redemption 2. Adding in multiple of these would be better than adding in just one. I don't really care if it's noticeable that there's like a point light there. It's really just to light it up. A little bit of mood. Other than that, though, don't care too much. I think that'll be more than okay. You haven't played it. I think Red Dead 2 is a tough game to get into. Only the first couple hours. The biggest thing that I can say to warm people up to it is that it is an immersive sim. First and foremost. Action game second. Whereas the first game was more of an action game and very little immersive sim stuff. It is a story, it is an experience. But if you can slow your pace down to match Red Dead Redemption 2, you'll find that it has probably some of the best game design and writing that any game has ever offered. Can't speedrun the story. If you try, you'll hit a wall and it'll be brutally difficult. Oh, this is okay. It's a little bit dark in here. It's not the end of the world, though. Way too dark in here. I think I'll try pulling one of those lights up. It's like just very obviously a point light here. I could also expose, maybe I could expose one of the walls too. Get a little bit of lava light coming in or something. Or fuck it, we just do some glowing crystals or something maybe. Thanks for the bit cheers, Neptune. There's an NDA, couldn't say much. NDAs. They do be like that, don't they? That should at least get you up there, and then once you can see that, it should be pretty fine. Just something visual to lead you where you need to go. That'll work. That'll work. We do need to get a hazard volume around that, though. We can just do like a small sphere or something if we want to keep it simple. Or just use a capsule. Keep it small, though. Do half or something. Hazard capsule. Effect. Radioactive mineral half. Remove on exit. Yeah, that'll be good. Don't have to get too crazy with that. Oops. Hold on. There we go. It's 2 times Skyrim and more than Red Dead Redemption 2. I just hope there's enough to do in it. I mean, they've revealed so many awesome little bits of info about the game, but it's still... There's like, you know, there's so many red flags. And they could do them all correctly. But right now, there's still red flags. I'd rather have, you know, like a game with a world size of The Witness. As long as it is as dense as The Witness. But if it's just empty stuff like Daggerfall or something, you know. Who wants that? I thought I didn't add those. You like The Witness? That is one of my favorite puzzle games ever made. That game is amazing. Pure, beautiful, expertly crafted. Thoughtful, immersive, very intelligent. I am excited about Order of the Sinking Star. Yeah, he takes his time. Jonathan Blow knows what he's doing. I'm going to expand Daggerfall to have more content in it, but it would still be repetitive. Well, you should tell that to the developers of Daggerfall who have gotten together to make a new game that is procedurally generated and AI driven. You know, we should copy this down. Copy that down. Oh, look at this. I see what's going on. I see the issue now. Never mind, I don't see the issue. Never mind, I'm wrong. I am wrong. See, Jonathan Blow made his own engine and coding language. I did see that. Yeah, Jai or something? Jay? I don't know how you pronounce it. I love to talk to him. I just, you know, to me, I think it'd be more interesting to talk to like Tim Kaine, because I am not low level or smart enough to get into like this weird nitty gritty stuff that that Jonathan Blow talks about. He is a designer too, but I think Tim Kaine is more of a designer than Jonathan Blow is. They'd still be both very interesting to talk to. I feel like I could learn a lot. How high up is that? It's really hard to see where that is. I see it. Alright, that should do it. AI adding raiding quests and random encounters? I don't know. I'm not convinced. Call me crazy. What does this game look like with DLSS 5? Looks like Star Citizen. We actually won't even need to add any art to the game if you turn on DLSS 5. You know, I do think that using AI as like as reasoning models in games could be interesting. Rather than generating content, they take the place of, you know, like a director subsystem. There has been something that Kotspur and I have been talking about for one of our game ideas that would utilize a locally running AI model to essentially be the connection between something that the player does and how a system calculates that. It's a bit of a spoiler for what we want to make, but it would be a very, very low-level immersive sim investigation game. Like, you are playing handmade stories from the developers, from us, but there is no guide wire. There's no, oh, take a look at this broken piece of glass. If you do not notice these things in the level, you don't notice them. And what you would do is you would write in your solution to the case. And, you know, after interrogating, after talking to people, after collecting bits of evidence, and we would use the LLM model to basically read what you've written, like literally raw text of what you've written, to determine if you've solved it, because that is really the only way that we can do that, as opposed to looking for keywords, which is not reliable at all. Better LA Noire, yeah. So we feel that would be an ethical use of a locally running LLM, because it's not there to generate content. It's there to read your content and to determine if it matches with the thing that happened in the case. Not randomly generated cases, handmade cases, where you have to solve it with your intuition. Not who did the murder, insert person's name. No, you have to write it. You have to have solved that. I think it would be a tough game to make. But we like immersive sims, and we've always wanted to make something that would feel a little bit more like challenging, but still be based off of handmade investigation stuff. Locally running AI models pretending to be other players in a global chat. That could be pretty fun. Yeah, like reacting to what you do. There could be some fun stuff with that. I will say, Am and Kira, that solutions, using AI for those kinds of solutions in a game do not bother me whatsoever. There's releasing Steam games that require 80 plus gigabytes of RAM because it uses 60 gigabytes to run a local LLM. You can have local LLMs running on a couple megabytes or a couple gigabytes of RAM. For our game, for like the investigation game, we could load it up during a separate scene that is like, just the resolution screen, right? And so we aren't rendering a whole bunch of shit in the background. And so we could pull something up, 2 to 3 gigabytes maximum. It wouldn't even need to be that. Do the calculation, unload it, and move on. Gaslight the streamer into reacting to chatters that don't exist. That would be funny. That would be funny. What's up, Boom Size? Were any of these two? This wasn't too dark. This is fine dark. Because it's lit up down. Where the fuck am I? Here. This is a little dark. This could be lit up. I'm just going to use a light for this one. I'm not going to get too crazy about that right now. Well, that's weird, Kent. Why didn't that play? I will look into those. I will look into why those aren't playing. I'll do it after stream today. Don't waste your points. It's not playing the video, right? Like it just isn't doing anything. Okay. Alright, I'll take a look into that. I had to recently reset my entire stream PC and downgrade back to Windows 10, so some things kind of fucked up on that. Alright, that's a bit brighter. Up here should be fine though, right? Leads you down here, you can see the light coming up. That should be okay. Was anything too dark in here? Oh, I know one issue. I don't think that'll fix all of it though. Oh, it's mostly fixed. Yeah, there's a lot of light from these little panels. Be good. Okay, this looks fine. We have lights here. Should be good. Be good. If the AI pretend to be random that got matchmaked into their games, show up in the global chat that's integrated in the Twitch chat and start calling other viewers that stream names. You could get pretty wild with it too. You could also have it like insult you to see if it can get a rise out of you. And then if you insult it back, you know, it's like, yeah, go deeper with it. And you just get into an insult match with a fucking AI model. Oh, that would be amazing. Give me a second to go to the bathroom. BRB. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I do not know what to do now. I do not know what to do. Oh, me with arms. Why was this? Oh yeah, I fixed the bug with that. Little orange. Lowered the glow on that. Editor any? Okay, I don't know why that changed. Fixed lighting a little in some levels. Lowered glow of lava. And fixed a bug with spinning platforms. I'm not even gonna put a check-in comment. Get mad. What a wild emote. I don't have a whole lot to do right now. I don't really want to start like working on a document. I'm gonna be honest, I don't feel like working on a document today. We haven't gone over any of this stuff yet. But I have kind of solved this. And this. I need to get it in documentation. Maybe I could do that. I can't really mark it as done until it's documented. But this part is done. Fuck, I don't want to work on documentation today. What's up, Vlad? You're looking for big booty Latinas? Nice. You've landed in the right place then, I might say. Technically, twerking is allowed on Twitch now. Not that you should glean anything from me saying that. Hey, you want to see what I did with splines recently? I bet you'd like it. You little bitch. It's Fortnite dances. God, can we not talk? Can I ban Fortnite? You know, I'm gonna ban the term Fortnite from chat. Did I make big booty Latinas with splines? Okay, you might be a little disappointed with the result. But I'm happy with it. And I know how much you've worked with splines in the past. Actually, you probably won't. You won't even know the context behind me doing this. So you probably won't be impressed. Oh well. You can take... You got your splines, right? You like splines. You're a big spline man. You make your spline, right? Of whatever length. You got your points, your tangents, and all that, but you're like, oh shit. This crazy length of these things is going to mess up the calculations because all of the points are at different distances. We can't have that. Imagine a world where you click a button and it sets equidistant spline points. Huh? Huh? Thank you for acting very impressed, Ken. I appreciate that. Why so many anchors? That is important to have that. Because you need to, you have reparameterization. So because these are moving platforms, they parameterize a certain number of points between each anchor. And so having equal distant anchors means that our movement along the spline will be smoother. So that's important to have. But no, you cannot return that back to what it was. You would do this at the end. You would do this at the end, realistically. But you can also just move it. You can delete points and then regenerate it. So if you need to like redo this section or something, just delete points and then redo it. Not a big deal. Shape change at all? It does not change. It will retain the shape and all of the you know, individual like rotation shit that you do with it. It will try to keep that as much as possible. Might be a small change. So you can fuck around with it, delete some points, come back, and then just reset that. But we get smoother movement because of that, thankfully. Work on a few anchors, duplicate the spline, check the normalized version, then iterate on the few anchor ones. Yeah, it would depend. I mean, I guess I could always maybe have like a destructive version. You would lose resolution. You would lose information though on that. It's easier to add more points because we won't lose really much information, if any. Removing points though would definitely fuck that up. You shouldn't have to change the points too much though. Because once you have the block out and you're happy with how something looks or how something moves, I don't really see much of a reason to go back and do crazy modifications to it. Wait, what the hell? Hold on, there's a bug. There's an issue. Did I not just fix this? And yet this is fucked up again. These aren't saved. Am I going crazy? Gwendolyn, you were here. You watched me. I updated all these splines. I saved everything. I pushed it to main. And yet here we are, and none of this stuff is saved. What? I went through all the splines and I reset their points. I did this to all of them and I saved it. Why didn't that prompt for save? Excuse me? I mean, that's easy to fix, by the way. I can just run all their scripts again and save it in like 2 minutes. But how does that not mark it as... Oh. You can't tell me that that's intended behavior. Ain't no way you can tell me that that's intended behavior of the engine. Yeah, they're not marked as changed. You have to mark the actors as dirty? But why doesn't it do that automatically? Often you use words like Fortnite or Overmorrow. I don't use those words. But does it actually save this? That's what I do with my gameplay actors. But if I make any change in these, it'll save it. It'll mark it. I'll save it. No problem. But updating the splines, which is a scene component, in my mind, that should trigger that. I mean, are they even different? Is editor function to change the editors, right? Yes. Yes, I use an editor function. Oops. Ayo, thanks for the resub, man.
Vlad z podkreślenie workshop just subscribed. Shit's free yo.
Also very loud. My lord. Thank you, Polish text-to-speech. There's a trick. What, do like a Boolean change? Set a Boolean to false at the start of it, set a Boolean to true at the end. Modify a local variable or something. Or update its location and then update it back. That's a little scary. Because, like, those two will mark as changed, right? No problem. There was a bug on those. I forgot to add remove on exit. Mark package dirty. Oh, I didn't do anything. I just right-clicked and I checked out. What do you want me to do? On an editor function that I thought was changing a scene component, which would mark the object as needing to be, as being changed anyway. Clean packages. Talk dirty to the package. Now I'm scared about everything. Well, at least we noticed it. Fix splines not being updated. You like moist packages. Oh. It's pretty gross, man. Need to use the undo system begin transaction for it to get marked dirty. Okay, what can I call in blueprints to do that? Because I will update the functions. Begin transaction? Do I need to even do anything with this? Or just literally run the node and it'll get marked dirty? So like... I mean, there's really nothing that could be done with just, I don't know, set the actor location or something. Something stupid? I'm kind of curious now. Pasting the objects you change, and at the end of the function, end the transaction. Alright. So it's like it's hacking into the... It's so weird. I didn't mark it. I didn't mark it. It's a transact object. Maybe. That one does. Transact object does. Does that require the end transaction? No. Does running this do anything dangerous? Notify the current transaction, if any, that the object is about to be modified and should be placed in the undo buffer. Internally, this calls modify on the given object, so we'll also mark the owner package dirty. Well, thank you for telling me about that. That's a little scary. That is a little scary. I will have to remember that. I don't use a whole lot of editor functions, but man, that is... Wow. But you have to make sure you end it. Okay. I will trust you. You have never led me astray. We've known each other all for 5 minutes. I mean, it can't hurt. It says only successful if the transaction's action counter is 1, so I mean, whatever. I had no idea that that would be even a possible problem. I thought that modifying any of the scene components within the actor would have marked it as dirty. Apparently not. I have undo working too. That's pretty cool. I will add that to my other editor function that I have. Which I think is just on the base of this, actually. Actually, this is on all of my platform bases. But I believe that this already marks it as changed. You know what? I don't know that. This would be modifying actor local variables. I think that that would already mark it as dirty, right? I can double check. Can't believe I learned something on your stream. What the fuck? What do you mean? Asshole. And to think that I gave you some of my homemade cider. And then we yapped for like 3 hours instead of actually getting any work done together. What are you gonna do? It was good yapping though. We're only here to school a streamer, not to learn. I appreciate you guys helping me, I really do. Let me double check that my other function is not fucking up too. Hazard. If I run... Oops. Copy row data to... There is no row data here. What if I change that? I mean, it should already be marked. Why is that so loud? Thank you for the bit, though. I swear I turned the volume of that down. Yeah, that doesn't do it either. It doesn't do it either. Interesting. Okay, we'll add it to the copy row data to local on each of the functions then. Will they ever change bits to bytes? Shut the fuck up. You know, funny little trivia. C++ actually handles bits as bytes. So even if you're trying to save RAM by using like a boolean, you are not saving RAM compared to using something that is 1 byte in size. There, did you know that? Did anybody not know that? Was the architecture how big a space at a particular address is? I thought C++ always reserved it at 1 byte. Minimum. So technically from a memory overhead there was no difference between a boolean and enum. That only instructs? Don't make me question myself now. But I don't know that. I thought that was a default part of C++. Shuffle RAM disk. You can just download more RAM. What are you doing? You'll be fine. Always use 8 bulls and put them in uint 8. Just initialize everything as string. Because you can convert a string to an integer, a string to a float, you can use string in UI, you can do everything with string. So everything should be initialized as a string. Because your goal is to make modular code. And a string is the most modular of all variable types. I didn't shove that on the parent, did I? Oh, this one might not have it. I don't think this one has copy from row data. It does have copy. The fuck? Oh, there it is. I found it. We're good. And think of it this way, your game is always ticking. So you should always put everything on event tick because then you know it will run. As opposed to having like a function or an event, you don't know if that'll get hit. So logically, you should put everything on something that you know it will run at, and your code will never fail to run. Can I make my YouTube video now about like 10 beginner game dev tips? Hex is very good. Yeah, just put everything in hex code. I can now be a game dev guru, making lots of money but never making a game. In 2026? Yeah, right. How to be a successful game dev in 2026. Micropyrus soft games. Trans 009. It's a valid career. I mean, if your only goal is to make money, yeah, being a game dev guru certainly seems to pay money from people that don't know any better. That's weird. Why didn't any of the others warn about that? It's marked as thread safe. Why is this marked as thread safe? I don't know why that was turned on. Hmm. Does bitmasking if you use U property. Uh-huh. Just an Unreal thing, huh? Some even just rename videos and repost them. You need some bots to write in the comments. This is the best tutorial if I've ever seen. All the others just don't make sense to me. I don't mind people giving game dev tips. It definitely rubs me the wrong way when people are like, how to successfully market a game. Like, oh yeah. If it were literally that easy, every game would sell like hotcakes. Structs and vectors do it too in normal C++. Okay, so Unreal just adds in... They just do it globally for any U property. Hmm. Those that can't do, teach. I generally think that there are some people who are making games and providing information out there. And there are some people that just provide tutorials, but they're not trying to like be gurus about it, right? There's a lot of really, really great Unreal Engine and probably other engines too. There's really great tutorial makers out there. But what I think is that all the people that you should be interested in learning from in game dev are too busy making their games or working on games to make videos about how to make games. Unfortunately. Let me just see if I missed any of these spots. Yeah. Like if you go to any game dev company, you'll find tons of people that are willing to teach you, but they don't have time to like sit down, write a script, edit it into a video, post it with an interesting looking thumbnail, and you know, go that the whole 9 yards. I missed one. Bounce pads. That one's there. That one's there. That one's there. That one's there. Okay. These are different structures. That's why I have to have different functions for these. I was 9 yards whole. Was it too American for me to understand? Just shut up. I swear to God. Next time I make some alcohol, I'm not going to give you any. You keep up with these stupid, wise-ass comments. I'll give you a clout in the ear. Alright, don't save these then. Actually, let me double check that marks it as invalid. We have one we can test it. Timed platform disappear. It should mark it no matter if it works or not. Yes, okay, beautiful. Thank you for teaching me that, because that is a sinister, sinister way that works. Isn't the Imperial system older? I think the Imperial system is older. The way it forces you to do it, right? I never knew. I pretty much never used editor functions until this game. I mean, I put a lot of stuff on construction script, but you know, that'll for sure mark it as dirty. But this is my first real time using like editor functions. And I did not know that they wouldn't mark it as dirty. I wish that was like just like a default thing. Or maybe even like a function, like Boolean you could select. Like, hey, force mark actor as dirty if running this function. Oh yeah, I was gonna work on the documentation for that. I probably shouldn't forget to do that. Older than modern standardized international system of units. That's a horrible name. Roughly 30 years older. You know, those begin and end transaction things is not a very big deal if you know it exists. Yes, if you know it exists, but that's like that's the crux of, in my opinion, Unreal blueprinting. The biggest challenge of Unreal blueprinting is not really knowing the logic behind what you want to do, but knowing which chain of nodes you need to call in order to achieve that thing. It's like it's a memory game. Do you know that this node exists and do you know what it does? If so, you're fine. Otherwise, you will be fucked. Let's go in and document this. Oh. We can put it in our mechanics map too if we want. I don't know if we have any space. I would have to make a whole separate section for this. You'll forget it. I will forget it, yeah. I absolutely will. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I don't like using... I mean, I don't like using AI for a lot of reasons. One of the reasons, though, I don't like using it for even simple stuff like that is that you don't learn unless you have repetition. And if you don't keep up the repetition, you'll forget. So why use AI to do things that are like menial or easy for you when doing those things keep them menial and easy? Repetition is important. Repetition is skill. That's what leads to skill. However, that doesn't mean that I want to make multiple main menu, options menus in games. That can go fuck itself. That I'm only going to do once. That's going in a plugin. There's exceptions to that rule. And options menus is one of them. And like common UI. Put blueprints earlier to toolshed. You walk into a fully stocked toolshed, but you only know how to use a hammer and a saw so far. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much bullshit. How would you know what to call and when to call it? It gets pretty nasty sometimes. We were talking earlier about there just being this, like, there's really, really good math and utility libraries in Unreal. Really good utility and math libraries. But if you don't know that those nodes exist, you'll end up, making your own version that's worse, or you'll just end up repeating work. Tons of, like, rotator, float, vector functions, conversion functions. Yeah, the toolshed analogy works really well because if you just don't know what this weird tool does, then you don't know that it already exists there. Speculations, thanks for the follow. It was nice meeting you. And thank you, seriously, for telling me about the invalidation. That would have destroyed me if that had kept happening. Moving platform spline multi-spawn. The spline functionality... Blah, blah, blah. I need to make a whole section, maybe about the limitations or about the multi-spawn class as a whole. Because there are some exceptions to these configurations. Multi-spawn class. Functionality. Specifically regarding the I'll put like C functionality section at bottom of doc. I'm the only one that's going to be placing these probably, or worst case, you know, one other person if we can get the money to pay for somebody to come in, like an actual level designer. But you know, good to have it either way. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. If it does, we have it. Works a bit differently compared to the original, or to the main one. This class allows for spawning multiple actors / meshes along the spline with config for amount and time between spawning. And then we can paste in, like, I don't know, just a screenshot of that. I do need to put them in the right location. That would be smart. Cheap but busy. Multi-spawn config. Spawn data. Oh, thank you for putting them in two separate ones, even though they're named the same. Whatever would I do without you? There it is. Because of the nature of multi-spawn platforms, we disable the functionality of a few key config categories. primarily. Spawning, waiting, and events. Oops. Are not supported by this class. Instead, all platforms get destroyed once the destination is reached. Have fun documenting? Oh, I will. Yeah, see, man. Hey, it was nice hanging out, and we should do that again, especially when the weather gets better. Maybe a double date. And by that, I mean with 2 other men, of course. Not with our wives. Are led by an initial leader actor. See below, or C section. Will never wait. Are not triggered by, or let's say will not trigger and are not triggered by any other spline events. Probably shouldn't say led by an initial leader actor. It's more like a component. It is a scene component. When we first spawn, or let's say when we spawn the first actor or mesh, child actor, we designate that actor as the leader. This helps us track sets of components that spawn and when they should start respawning based around the status of this leader. This helps ensure that if there's any desync while a set of components are moving, this desync is reset when the new batch is spawned. Yeah, we'll just end that sentence there. Knowing this, you can take a longer spline and set a few actors, or let's say a few components, platforms, to spawn in quick succession. And the core actor will not spawn any actors beyond the limit until the leader is destroyed, signaling that the group may start respawning again. Note if your platform limit and time between spawns is greater than it would take to reach the limit, we essentially ignore the leader entirely, as we can never reach the limit to stop the spawning. This allows you to spawn in multiple actors at the interval set without having to worry about anything else. That's kind of all we really need to write about them. They're pretty simple otherwise. As far as I'm aware, every single thing about them should work the same, except for maybe the movement curve. I might have forgotten to do that. I'm a little scared that I might break something if I try to add it now, but I think it'll be okay. Let's try light blue. Better. How are we handling the curve with the regular spline one? We were setting the float curve. I would have to use the current actors or the current component's distance as an alpha to grab the location on the spline. Or not spline, the movement curve, sorry. And multiply the movement it would have to be a normalized movement curve. Well, it wouldn't have to be fair. Shit. I don't know if I could easily make it move along that. I don't think it would play nice. We do need add comments to this though. You're stuck? What are you stuck on? Oh my god, my neighbors. I think it looks nice. Not sure what to do with the border area. Do you mean like, do you mean like this border area? Or the outer one? Inner or outer? The bottom. Is there any reason why it can't just be like a dark outer edge? Or maybe like, you know, a pattern. Like the dark spikes or something. Some kind of like just simple pattern there. Something that doesn't distract from the main. Do you want to be jarring? You think a dark edge would look okay? I mean, it'll be pretty easy to add a dark edge, and then you can ask me what I think. Some swoops. Swoops sound very good. Yeah, like maybe, I don't know, just something like this, but maybe not as busy. And something that'll like fade into the background a bit. I think the blue fits. I think the blue stands out more than the white at the moment. But that if you used something darker, then the white would stand out amongst the black. I'm not an artistic person though, so don't take my word as gospel on that. But I really like some of these like patterns in dark behind it. As long as they're simple, then these, you know, these two crosses, these two crucifixes can stand out as the... Maybe those could be a little bit brighter. Or different colored. Bottom one looks squished. I'm gonna fucking squish you. I don't know. Who knows anything anymore? Only updates the platforms if we actually have platforms to update. Loops through each of our platforms, setting up some local variables. Variables. uses input, delta time, and designed meters per second to determine how far we need to move since the last tick. Sets the location of the platform actor component. If we're set to follow the spline directly, update the rotation from that point. Update the actor in the map. If the actor has reached the end of the spline, mark it for delete. Destroy. Check if we have any actors to destroy. Loop through all actors to destroy, removing them from the update map. If we destroyed the leader, mark that so we can start spawning a new one. Then destroy our platform. If we destroyed the leader, spawn a new one. We do double check if the timer is currently running, right? Oh yeah. Yeah, if the timer is still running, then we just let it go. Otherwise, we set up the new spawn. Update all platforms on tick using delta seconds. Interp. Oh, we got a pyramid. Will he complete it? Almost. Almost ruined. For like the briefest frame, it showed as ruined on my screen. For like the briefest frame. Yeah, on my chat it was ruined for like the briefest frame. You guys typed at the same time. Now you have to buy each other Crimson Desert as a punishment. Oops. That was not the C button. Out if our platform limit is shit. You don't want Crimson Desert? You just want Redlock, don't you? Spawn the first platform without delay. Only start the spawn timer if we actually have more than one platform to spawn. since the leader is controlled separately. You want Redlock? Crimson Desert is way too overhyped. I mean, maybe it's good though. We don't know yet, but maybe it's good. I don't know if there's been any like pre-release copies. There's been no reviews of it yet. I guess they have a an embargo. Crimson Desert review. It says first review posted online early. Brutal difficulty. Well, it's a journalist playing it, so I assume that the game is actually pretty easy. I can only tell you, look, I watched a couple videos about the tech behind this. I think the engine is great. It's a well-made engine. But people acting like this engine is the next coming of Jesus Christ are kind of... It's a good engine. But they very clearly had to make some sacrifices to make it run well. As with any technology, unless they magically found some new incredible solution to so many different technological problems in game dev, then most likely in 95% of the scenarios, they're probably just doing things that we've already know that we can do. Can't be worse than the Final Fantasy VII remake. What, is it bad? These people is very good. If you play Black Desert Online, maybe back when it came out, it ran very well with pretty good graphics. It was impressive. No, I'm not saying that it's not impressive. But I don't think that it's going to do anything so differently. I think it's literally just going to be what Unreal Engine 5 should be if it was de-bloated. Which is impressive. But I don't think it's going to be better than, you know, like, let's say, you know, id Tech or Naughty Dog's engine or Decima. I mean, these are great engines too, and they all have very impressive visuals and run very well. But I didn't really see it doing anything that wasn't already being done in other engines. I think that's where they're coming from, because people expect that again. I don't know why they would, though. I mean, maybe it's just because it's not a new engine, right? It's more of like an improvement. It's just an upgrade upon the engine that they were using for Black Desert Online. Or is it just gamers getting hyped because it is a newer engine or new iteration of an engine, but they don't know what a game engine is? And so they're excited about this, thinking that there's new tech behind it, but really, it's the same tech, just maybe some different smoke and mirrors. Like, I'm still impressed by the game. I still think the game looks great. But I didn't see anything in there that was making me rethink game development because it was doing something new that I'd never seen done before. And I will say it had very aggressive LODs, like ridiculous amount of aggressive LOD pipe popping. That maybe you can change and config in any, maybe not, I don't know. It did have some of the harshest LODs that I've seen in recent engines, I can tell you that. Has new tech. They also made BDO Remaster where they improved the tech and added new tech to it. So it was just a new iteration of an engine with some good tech. It's very specialized for what they're trying to make. Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, it's good. It's a good thing. Like I said, I'm not shaming it. But it was just like, okay, it has tessellation. Okay, they have some nice visual effects. They're using some sprites and billboards. They have aggressive LODs. The lighting looks nice. They've increased shadow rendering distance. I don't know. It's a good looking game. It's a good looking game. I'm not trying to be cynical or anything or shit on it. It's just... I don't know how to put it. I agree every engine is a new iteration. I agree with that. I don't know if it'd be as good as people think, but I can see where they're coming from because that other game was really performing even not so good hardware. I agree with that. I think more what it's saying and what it's showing is that gamers are tired of new tech when it comes at such a big cost. Not that the game is supposed to be some grand revolution in technology, but rather more like saying, finally, at least, you know, here's a developer that understands that we don't care how great the game looks as long as it runs well. But if that's the case, I don't want to see people complain about the LOD popping. I won't complain about that. I look at it, I notice it, I don't give a fuck. But you have so many people complaining about this kind of shit. Saying, oh, it looks like a PS2 game. Oh, the sprites in the background. I don't know. Trees pop in from low, close distance. It's like, well, this is what you want. This is what you get. Because this circle here is not twice the size of this one. If you want to render all this, every time you do that, we start adding more and more area to it by a factor of pi. If my math is not incorrect on that, which it might be. I'm gonna hate new tech even more now when they can't afford more than 16 gigabytes of RAM. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree. That's why you and I are working so hard to optimize Nanite and Lumen. You know, we have frame budgets, and we're going to be very careful about those. In worst case, we can always fall back to screen space, lighting if need be. We'll just make sure that it can run on the hardware that we aim to make it run on. We're learning an awful lot about Lumen and Nanite, and very good things. I actually have quite a lot of confidence that Rex and I will be able to optimize Nanite to a pretty decent amount, especially because we have like room-based level design. We aren't really going to be, we're not moving fast through levels. We are not spawning in a whole lot of bullshit. We know how to use instant static meshes, packed level actors. We have specific goals of actors in the level that will not have nanite because they would create too much overdraw. We're going to be really, really careful with it. Lumen I'm a little bit more worried about, but it's just because we haven't done any lighting pass in the game yet, so we haven't really spent any time thinking about it. But I have a lot of people that I can rely on to ask for optimization tips on Lumen. And who knows, NVIDIA might release some new tech that improves that by the time that we're ready to launch. We'll see. We'll do our best with it. One of the things that I learned pretty recently, which was interesting, is that you get better Lumen performance and quality using nanite meshes. So one of the reasons that we get a lot of like lighting issues, ghosting, some weird boiling, is that the complexity of the mesh is actually too low with these blockouts. I wouldn't think that adding in a more complex mesh helps performance, but it actually does in this case, so that's pretty cool to know. Can be higher than what is capable of being spawned, which case it'll keep a constant stream of spawns based on the time between spawns. Time in seconds between spawning platforms. Keep that nice and simple. Yeah, I don't really know if we need to do anything too crazy with the rest of it. We've already written some of the technical level design up for our findings about like world partition, level instances, PLAs, all this stuff, our initial plan for it. We have some developer goals of what we want here. The most dangerous part to me is this main shaft, because that is the point in which we might need to... I think it's the part where we have the most geometry, and we have a lot of distant lighting affecting the level and shadowing. The good news is we do not have a dynamic day-night cycle, so we do not need to invalidate our shadow cache every frame. That should be pretty useful, pretty helpful. And we only really need to render or load up one, maybe two of these levels at a time. That is a big shaft. That is a 3.5 kilometer shaft. I like that you can see the star as you go up a bit more. And that's where the solar radiation, you know, you'll have more and more of it affecting you. It's pretty cool. So the game will progressively get more difficult as you get higher in that main shaft. You can see how much of the sun will hit you as you go up. Thanks for the Jew, Neptune. It's so loud. I don't know why it's so loud, these alerts. Give me a sec. I'll try to lower him. I am going to re-trigger a follow so I can test it. You'll see that, or I can re-trigger your cheer. I'll set it to minus 12 decibels. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. Was that quieter for you guys too? Just to double check. 'Cause that was definitely much better for me. You have the FFZ compressor running because its streamers don't have their volumes in check. My volumes should be in check. This one got fucked up because I had to reset my entire streaming computer. My audio should be good. You're so excited for Crimson Desert Neptune. Look, dude, I really hope the game is good. I really, really do. I always get afraid with games that are like super hyped like this, because rarely do they ever meet the hype. But I hope everyone does meet the hype. Yeah, I really hope you won't. I hope nobody will be disappointed. We'll see. We will see. You've waited for it for 45 years? Oh, yeah. Alright, I can mark that as, Dunzo. Been watching your friend live stream it? Found the game around the time I saw Where Winds Meet. It's gonna be big. It's gonna blow up Twitch. I will probably play it. I don't know yet. I don't really have the money for it. Fuck, I don't know, man. I don't know. I know I'm gonna impulse buy it the day it comes out. I'll be like, fuck it. Whatever. I think it's #1 on sale on Steam right now. I'd be surprised if it was #2. That's #1. Even above free-to-play games. I saw Everwind just released too, out of early access, I think. I liked this game a lot when it came out. Nice Polish studio. You know, while I'm fucking around with... Okay, shut up. Oh, that's weird. Oh, there we go. What happened to my channel point rewards? Oh, they're just not there. What the hell? Oh, that one's there. The others aren't there though. They like deleted themselves. Those ones are.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Those ones are there. Oh my god. Yeah, they're just gone. I don't know what happened. I can add it back. Hold on, let's get Microraptor Games first. Sound, add, play sound. What did I call it? Did I call it like gay? I don't even see it. Maybe I lost it. fuck. Maybe I forget. Maybe I didn't back up everything from my previous computer. That would suck. But I know which site that I used to make that, so I can get that remade. Were there only 2 that weren't working, or was it just the... Were there any more that weren't working? It worked yesterday, though? Yeah, but... Long story short, there was an issue. There was an issue. How big is a micro...
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
Are you just gonna try them all? Is that what's gonna happen?
Wrong.
It was supposed to be a sequel MMO to Black Desert, really? I didn't know that.
Shiitake?
Shiitake. Okay, the what a view one is I have to turn on an OBS source. So let's see. Don't play it yet though, because nothing will happen. I'll let you know when you can try it again though. Scene visibility. The scene is Trump view. Make that visible. Duplicate that. We need to wait 18 seconds. Or is it 19? I think it's 18. And I need to turn on another source. Which is... leering. Okay, leering. Duplicate. Leering. All right, give it a shot. Try what a view. Should be working. What's up, known Dark Senate?
We are, and if you, in fact, if you look.
Oh, it's very loud.
Well,
I have to turn it down.
I gotta look at this myself. Wow.
Wow.
What a view.
What a view. Yeah, I gotta increase it by 1 second too. Ever willing to reconsider D&D one of these days? I just secured a DM in Poland. Maybe. But I am really fucking busy. I don't even have enough time to contact my parents or my family, and I feel bad enough about that. So I do not know. And I don't want to ruin it by telling people, oh yeah, I'll have time to do it. Oh, I can't. I can't individually modify its... Well, I should be able to add like an audio filter. So I have like a -4 decibels on that or something. That should work. Okay. That's better. I can't find the gay one. I'll have to remake the gay one because I don't think I have that anymore. I think that's gone. Shit. I'm a Canadian ranking player. Admin very similar to you, although his business is finding anyone in Canada. Are. Is that a challenge? If we were stable as a company and I had money, maybe. But we have no stability or money, so it's like I'm just working, getting things organized. Today's gonna be a busy day too, because I gotta get going probably pretty soon here, because we're gonna have a call about everything listed here. And I might need to prepare a little bit of documentation for that. And that's just the next 3 months of work. You feel that, Danik? Yeah. It's tough being a game dev these days. No, I appreciate you asking. One of these days, I'll be able to say, you know what? Yeah. Yeah, we could do it. But now is definitely, unfortunately, still not the time. I feel like I'm missing something regarding the new platforms, but I think I pretty much said everything that needed to be said regarding it. Oh, I have a PC at home. That is kind of equivalent. Slightly worse CPU, slightly better GPU. But I mean, it's like comparing up. Here's my home. Here's what's at home. I've got an i9 13900, not 13700K, a RTX 4070 Ti, 64 gigabytes of DDR5, and that's really all that really matters. And then at work, I have the Core 9 Ultra 285K, RTX 4070 no Ti, and 64 gigabytes of DDR5. So, and these are both running on lowercase the e. They both have NVMe drives. So yeah. Customized Mac. These are, I think, both more powerful than you can find in a Mac at the moment. I don't know if they make Macs that have this kind of power. Maybe with equivalent GPUs. Unsure about the CPUs though. As much as I like playing games, I'm looking at them more as a developer in the process. You will become if you become a game developer, you will become disillusioned about games. Sadly. Oh yeah, the RAM's probably. I mean, you can shove RAM in anything. I don't know what Macs do for about CPUs and GPUs though. I don't know what they have in those. But I do development and gaming from both of these PCs, so they both have to be strong. Now the big danger is that something on one of these computers fails. Then I'm fucked. Because I am very happy that things are running smoothly right now regarding GPUs and RAM. Should I get going? Hold on, you know, let me go whiz, and we're gonna see if I have to get leaving early today to prepare for the call, because we have a very big production call in a couple hours. Undervoltable. I definitely don't overclock anything, I can tell you that. Give me a sec.
I'm gonna come.
Daddy.
And if you, in fact, if you look, come to think of it, well, I gotta look at this myself. Wow. What a view.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
Wrong.
What the fuck are you guys doing?
Daddy.
Is the only one that's currently not working is the Microraptor games?
And if you, in fact, if you look, come to think of it, well, I gotta look at this myself.
Look, he's looking at the logo. That's what he's looking at.
Wow. What a view.
Donald likes it. He's a fan. I am too. I think I will go a little bit early today. I'll go like an hour earlier. So I'll leave right now, and I gotta upload. I still have to upload yesterday's VOD, so I'm gonna do that. And tomorrow is Thursday, so I will be on tomorrow. We can talk about the results of our production meeting. I don't imagine that anything so major is going to change after the meeting today. I think we'll just be more aligned about what we're trying to do. And then we'll have the next 3 months planned out, you know, up to, what is it, June? End of June? I have a surgery, though, I think at end of July or something. I don't remember when. We're going to just decide what we need to do for the rest of, like, the week here. We can start on something. We can start the next milestone early. But then it's just first playable 3 up until end of June with a little bit of Lego Batman in between. Yeah, I have a surgery. I think it's at the end of July. It's either July or June, but I think it's July. Unfortunately, it's like right in... Yeah, it's end of July, July 30th. I don't think I'll be in recovery for too long, though. Maybe like a week. Yeah, it's penis and... Actually, penis ensmallment. Just too damn big right now, you know? No, it's a surgery. I have a deviated septum in my nose and I gotta get surgery on it. But I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't know if they're gonna like throw too much plastic in there or something. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. But I don't think I'd be in recovery for like more than a week. So if anything, there'll just be like a week of being off here. What you know what really sucks is that probably to be safe I'll have to probably no alcohol for at least 2 weeks before the surgery. And maybe to be safe, just like not take anything weird. No, I don't think it'd be a hospital bed. I don't think it'd be a hospital. I think they'll send me home. They might keep me for a day. I'm not sure though. Referral program. I really don't know what the recovery looks like for it, but I don't think it's that bad. We don't need to worry about it yet though. But I can say tomorrow I don't know what to do yet, so that's a big question mark for work. But I will probably take Friday off to do some lore writing because I know that we have a lot of documents that we still need to write for lore. But these are all question marks for right now. But hey, we finished the multi-spawn moving platform. And we came away with some more knowledge about both splines and editor functions, delta tick. Good stuff. All right, well, I'll get heading home, and I'm gonna prepare for the call. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. Take it easy. And if Crimson Desert comes out for you guys today, I hope you enjoy it. If it comes out tomorrow, which I think it does for us, I'm not sure though. You know, we can talk about it some more, and we'll see how it goes over the weekend. We can talk about it for sure on Monday.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning.
Time it.
After a storm.
Time it.
Mushrooms can too. Shiitake?
That's not bad. That was pretty good timing. I have to say, that was pretty good timing.
Uh-oh, retard alert. Retard alert, class.
All right, and with that, I'm out. Hey, peace, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your day. See you tomorrow. Cheers. Bye-bye, guys.